I had to try a new feature out. I messed it up a little bit, but I got to try it out. So I thought that was really cool. That's my first. I don't. I always thought, before when I was trying to set this up, I always would hit that, and then I would wait. I waited a couple times for Hello Chappelle. I waited a couple times um, for the broadcast to start at a specific time. Waited for that to start, and it never did. And I'm like, how in the hell does this work? So this time I pushed it, but by the time I hit the live go live, it was already down to 17. So then I hit it again, and it brought me back to me. Uh, yeah, so now I just have to figure out how to start it. As I think I got it now. You start go live, and then you hit that, because you're actually not going live. I keep forgetting that there's a 10-second delay in between me talking and any of you guys hearing it. So Chappelle thought that was cool. I want to be able to do my own little skits, like some people do, my own little things to be, so I can get in, do my own setup thing, like a lot of people do, professionals. Hey, Brenda. We have Brenda and Chappelle. Okay, so no, I don't know how well, and I guess it doesn't really matter about how many people will join us, because of the title being religious. Religious title kind of turns people away, and that's really too bad because, um, hey, Susie. It's really too bad because we're at a point now in time where we need Jesus Christ, more than any other time. Now is the time that you need to come to Christ and accept Him, accept that He died for our sins. Um, we are. I mean, we can tell the hate in the world is evident. Uh, it is running rampant right now, and the attacks on people, um, for various different things, not wearing a mask for one thing, the people attacking them, and this simply just believing in Jesus or mentioning um, Jesus at all gets you attacked. And some people are still are still at the point where they throw you in the category of conspiracy theorist, basically, because you believe in Christ. That's nothing but a bunch of stories in a book. Yeah, they're all true stories, though. Um, and the day is coming where we are going to have to. A lot of Christians have been fooled, over the years, by going to these churches, and I'm not saying all churches are bad, but going to these churches, and they have a lot of people believing in the rapture. I personally don't believe in the rapture because I believe that we're going to have to go through these times. These times are what how we prove to the Father that we are dedicated to Him and to Jesus Christ. And if they just rapture you up before any of this starts, well, hey, that's called a free ride, right? I, I mean, that's my thoughts on it. Uh, Nothing like jumping right into it, right? um, Brenda says, okay, I just, hold on, I will scroll up a little bit. Um, Brenda says, Shappy, I didn't Feels so great today. I went to bed at 3. I got up at 8:30. I went to bed at 12 noon and got up at 2:30. Not good over. All right, that's a private conversation. I'll let you guys carry on with your private conversations. Susie says yes. Mention Jesus, and they think you light Joe Sticks and quote the Bible parrot fashion. Satan really has done a job on most folks. Yeah, yeah. Like I forget. I was it Andy Rooney that did a. I think the thing is the poem is called "The Farmer" or something like that, and I'm not even sure if it was Andy Rooney, but somebody wrote up where Satan did such a good job convincing that he doesn't exist, and it goes through like basically the whole past, and it was very neatly done. If I find that, I couldn't read it to you because I don't know it verse for verse, and I'd hate to screw it up. But if I find it, I will let you guys know. Chappelle says I did get stuff done today. Okay. Private. Yeah. That was funny, huh? It's not really private, right? Yeah. I like to make you laugh. What can I say? Psst, I got a secret. All right. Make fun of me. Make fun of me. All right. So let's get back to the mask thing. Is just the beginning of what is the beginning of how we are going to be separated and spit upon and told that we don't belong here, to be kicked out of places, to be able to buy and sell. And I truly believe that if you have Jesus Christ in your heart, you do not need anything to buy or sell. You do not need any proof that you've had a vaccine done in order to buy or sell or anything like that. Because with Christ in your heart, He will provide for you in one way or another. He will provide. And I have just been, I mean, if I put myself in that place of what I just said, I'm a perfect example of that. I have nothing but God and put you guys in my path to help me out, and you guys helped me out, and it's it's not like I struggled with it at first because it took me a long time to decide to put my PayPal account even in the chat. Like for years I didn't do that, and I don't know. It's one of the things that I had to learn, I guess, is being humble. I have a difficult time with being humble. That's like when my truck broke down. I'm sure that I was being told there now. I mean, now that I look at it, to slow down. I was really starting to get into. I mean, I would have definitely been in Kenosha, Wisconsin when all that stuff broke out. That's I know for sure I would have been there if I would have had my truck running. And who knows what would have popped off there, but I'm just saying, to have to rely on other people is very hard for me. I do not like having to rely on other people. I don't like waiting for other people. I hate waiting, just the 10 or 15 minutes for the doctor to walk in. It's like, what the hell could he possibly be doing? He knows I'm supposed to be here at a certain time. And you sit there and you wait in a waiting room for a half hour waiting for your appointment. But if you're ever late, oh boy, we're going to have to, cancel this and start a new appointment or get a new appointment. But, that's how it goes here. Dr. Halls with balls of holly. I hate waiting too. Susie says she hates waiting too. Hey, Cammy, how you doing? Hey, all, sorry I made you wait. I know how you hate it. Yeah. And, I'm sure I've done that to other people where they've had to wait on me. And, that's not what I'm talking about. Kind of like if I have a friend that goes in the grocery store and I'm waiting for them, whatever. I'm talking about, when people say they're going to do something, that's one of my pet peeves is they don't do it. Now there's a difference between not doing it and not being able to do it. That may arise after you said that you would be able to do it. Something may have come up to where that's happened to me quite a few times where I have said I was going to do something, but then I was unable to do it. Notify them I'm unable to do it. But I'm, we're getting too deep. I'm getting way off. I'm going way off board. We're going to be asked of a lot of things, and the hardest part is going to be sticking to your faith. I'm not saying for you guys. I'm just saying the people who went through the churches and they think they're going to be raptured up, they're the ones that are going to have a hard time staying in their faith because they thought they were going to be raptured. That didn't happen, and they're going to go through this hardship time that we all know is coming, and we've been preparing for it in one way or another. But most of all, we've been preparing up here for it. And the people who think they're going to get raptured, I don't know if there's any of you in my chat now that think that way. This is the way I think. I don't think that there's going to be a rapture. A rapture or whatever will come after the just before Jesus comes, and it will be right after the tribulation, everything that we'll have to go through. But when we are killed for believing in Jesus Christ, it's going to be within a blink of an eye, and we're going to be with God and Christ. So it's going to be like we're not even going to know the difference. Every time I either talk or listen to, I was listening to Global Witness tonight. He came on, and as soon as he came on, it got really loud around my surroundings. I mean, I literally went from listening to him in a nice quiet room to having to put my earbuds in and cranking it all the way up to hear what he had to say. And I think that's happening a lot now, is that anytime we talk about Jesus Christ or whatever, we start getting interference. Somebody will interrupt us, something will happen, or just plain out interference. And I've been noticing that a lot lately. I'll go up to chat a little bit here. Susie says, do you ever feel like you're going the right way up a wrong way road? Does that mean that you'd be going the wrong way too for just being on it? Yes, I have the Riddler tights on. Well, you mean like if you're being taught the wrong way and you no, I don't believe that you'll be I don't believe that you'll lose out because you're being taught the wrong way, but I believe that somewhere in your life that you've been given the right tools and the knowledge to look things up yourself and not believe in somebody else's teachings or beliefs or even whatever I'm saying. Everybody needs to look and do their own research, and everybody should know that. Um, so as far as being, I believe, yeah, eventually you'll be accountable for it. Um, I nobody. I mean, none of. I don't think any of the people I knew all through my life ever thought I would be at this particular moment in my life talking the way I'm talking. Like I'm crazy, really crazy. So, and I mean, I don't know. Did I answer your question, Susie? um, Susie, I'll have to think about that one and get back to you. Post trib here, there's still a rapture, just not before tribulation, that's for sure. Yeah. Patrick, we came here to Orion from Sagittarius in a blink of an eye together. We will all get back home to God. Yes. Amen. Amen, Brenda. Exactly. Because rapture is in the Bible and the yeah. Yep. Chappelle, I just tried to stay in my own lane, the slow lane. And there's nothing wrong with that, Chappelle. Um, for our age, I've got more questions about the Bible than ever before. I mean, I obviously never read the Bible completely through before. And as I learn about the Bible, it's very interesting and it brings up a lot of questions. When I have a question about the Bible, I look into that question. I look up different varieties of answers, either an answer from the computer websites, or I listen to YouTube videos of other people talking about it, or I listen to other versions of Bibles. So I'm not shutting down. I'm not ending a road to um, anything. I'm trying to tell you, I keep my mind completely open to lots of different various roads. I shut nothing down. Everything's on the table. The only thing that you can for surely take off the table that I for sure am 100% in belief and know is that Jesus Christ died for my sins. Other than that, I can't tell you exactly what I can't tell you what to believe or what not to believe. I feel it's going to come from your heart, and if you want to know the truth, you'll find it. But you got to look for it. Brenda says life in the fast lane for me. Yeah, that's with me too. We're all crazy, but at least we're not lunatics. Everyone's searching for knowledge. So did Adam and Eve. Be careful, learn from the past. Brenda, is that a fact? Slow and steady, Chappelle. Jesus, aka Yeshua, says in his world, keep faith in me. Yeah, Susie, that's what he said. And the thing is that everything in this body, everything, or I should say, this body is a lie. Anything that this body does is a lie. When the only truth you're going to get is in spirit. That's what I totally believe is spirit is the truth. This is all lies. This is all we've been lied to our whole lives. Cammy says, hold on. Okay, so about maybe year and a half ago, I had the most interesting interaction with a person. Old guy, maybe 70s, looks like the old guy from It's a Wonderful Life. The angel guy, sort of, anyway. He is going through till making small talk. Then he looks at me in the eye and says, "You are not ready yet," and walks away. Well, Chappelle, that's good, Patrick. Cammy, interesting. That hit me. Susie, steady as she goes. Cammy, we were talking about what to do with crackheads and thieves. Not much people have read all the books of Bible in a popular. Ooh, Carla Red Pill. Hey, Carla. Welcome. Hi, kids. Hi, Patrick. I can't stay. I am working at home tonight. I just wanted to stop in and share. Oh, well, thanks, Carla. I'm glad you stopped by. Margot, hello. Welcome, Margot. I was gonna go back up and okay, so read that. Lost my spot, but Susie, I do think we're too hard on ourselves. Jesus was a perfect man here, and yet he overturned tables in the temple. Adam and Eve were perfect and still tempted. They were perfect, and we expect to be. Yeah, I mean that's true, but we're I think we definitely made our share of sin. I have made my share of sins, and I by no way think I'm even close to perfect. Nor do I, I mean, I know I will never get to that point of perfect, but. Yeah, Jesus lost his head in the temple when they were trading, and of course he was upset. Give Caesar what is Caesar's, and give God what is God. And we are part of God. And that's just the thing is he was telling everybody, leave all this crap here. This is nothing but crap. And you don't need none of it to survive. I would be happy with God providing me with, and He will provide you with what you need. And if we actually went back to that, I think obviously things would be so much different. There wouldn't be so much greed in the world. There wouldn't be so much fighting. I mean, you wouldn't have to fight over anything because if you ask, here you have it. If you are hungry, eat it. Because truth is, there are more than 66 books in the Bible, brothers and sisters. The Vatican took books out known as out of the Bible. They denied Revelation 22. Margot says, hi kids, prayers, protection, blessing, and much love to you and yours, everyone. Gotta get some Z's. Let's see, how far am I behind here? Brenda, he had no anger. Well, what they allow to... okay, I'm missing some... Floyd, I am currently reading the Bible with all the extras in it. Love you, love you too, Carla. You know, that's the thing I worry about now going through the Bible right now is the Mandela effect changes. Now, some of them I ain't gonna know because I mean, some of them are obvious, but some of them I ain't gonna know because I don't know the Bible fully through. But the main part of what needs to be removed from the Bible or the words of God is going to be in your heart. So I think we all know, whether we read the Bible completely through or not, we believe in our heart what is real and what we should be doing. We know right from wrong. We are getting the concept of the different things that we've been lied to about. I know I missed a lot. I just tried to jump to see how far I was behind, but yeah, I wanted to. I think there's a few people that had responded basically to Susie's her comment about Jesus overturning the tables, and that's what I was trying to get at. Shophouse, Susie, right? We are not perfect, but we can try to be Christ-like. Yeah, I agree. That was supposed to be a huge Susie. Yeah, Chappelle. Okay, I'll just catch up with chat because let's just get. Hey, Prelim. I am. Okay, so now what I was going to talk about was the mark in your forehead. With me listening to Global Witness, he gives me. I mean, I don't know. The guy really touches base with what I'm thinking too, and some of the things that comes out of his mouth are like, duh, ringing the bell, you know. And one of the things he said is the mark in your forehead, or you know, everybody's looking for the mark in your forehead and the mark in your hand, but the mark in your forehead could be your belief system. And then the mark in your hand is basically going to be what, you know, I mean, we already know that it's coming, and the whatever you work for in this beast system, you know, we've got to try to let it all go. And yeah, that's going to be really hard to let everything go in this world. You know, I'm not talking about our family members or anything like that. I'm talking about the things in life that we really don't need. Some people are going to have a lot of our belief systems that we grew up with. I'm shattering a lot of them right now. going, one is round Earth, flat Earth, and I just came into this, well, maybe a little over a year ago, and watching Brian Staley's channel. I mean, that's what pretty much brought me into learning about flat Earth. And the more I'm learning about the Bible, the more I'm thinking that this Earth is probably flat. I don't know either way whether it's flat or round, but we've been lied to about everything else. And not to mention, Chappelle had sent me some things about the flag. As I was reading some of the things about the flag that she was trying to show me, it said that we have six, I believe it said we have six flags on the moon. For one, I don't even think we have one flag on the moon, obviously, because we have never been to the moon. So how can they have six flags on the moon? That's not what Chappelle was talking about when she sent me this stuff. We're talking about, we're continuously, Chappelle Chappelle wanted to show me that this is this, to me, this is the Mandela effect. This is my Sagittarius flag. This is the flag that I came from in America on Sagittarius. This is what it looked like. Now the flag here has the white underneath the blue stars. All the flags have the white. Now what she's sending me is information. I know I'm getting off what I wanted to talk about a little bit here, but I did say we are going to be talking about different topics. But what she's sending me is different flags throughout history, American flags that have different stripes being different and different names underneath each flag of why the stripes are different. Now, I know from my past and my history that the stars have always changed because of the states, but the 13 colonies for the stripes have never changed. It's always been 13 colonies, but the stars have always changed. So, and not only that, these different flags that Chappelle has shown me, they have names underneath the flag. Like, I've never heard of anything like that. I mean, I've obviously seen the 1776 flag and all that, but what I'm saying is this my big thing is the stripes. The stripes on here are different than on this Orion flag, American flag on Orion here. The stripes are different. So when she sends me that stuff, or that stuff about the flag, complete Mandela effect for me. I've never heard of our flag in history, the stripes being changed to anything other than the red stripe always being under the blue. Always. What we don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Let's see. NASA, never a straight answer. Hey, Smoking and G Sharp. Hey, Jennifer. Welcome. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody else. Shabby, I figure there was no flag on the moon. We really went to the moon. Isn't it flat to me? NASA had 6 manned missions. She is both flat and round. Neither is a lie. Flat Earth is Bible, truth be told. Let's go up here. Let's go down a little bit. Remember that changing back and forth a whole lot in the 80s. Preliminary, really? Are you playing about going to the moon? Job 37.3 flat earth scripture. Why do you say that? NASA isn't a conspiracy. We actually had 6 manned missions to the moon. But I mean, no matter what you believe, we can believe in different things. I don't believe that prelim. I don't believe that we made it to the moon. As far as the Bible goes, there's no way we could go to the moon because we can't get past the firmament. So I don't know how anybody could get to the moon, but I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna be mad at you because you believe what you believe. And prelim knows that. Prelim and I have had plenty of talks over the last 4 years together. Looking at the moon lander, prelim. I just watched a video the other day of the guy who filmed the moon landing, not on the moon, but he filmed it all, and he admitted it, and shortly after that, they killed him. Looking at this is one of the reasons why I want to learn how to do the screen share. I'm going to have somebody teach me how to do this, because I would find that video and I would bring it up and show you the guy admitting that he filmed the moon landing. Oops. Just miraculously worked the first time. Sat on the moon for days and then took off with no probe. My thing is when they landed and he took his first step off the thing, how were they filming that? How could they possibly film that if nobody was on the moon yet? Ice has pictures of the moon being flat. The Holy Bible is spiritual revelation of metaphoric meaning according to what the individual is ready for realizing. And many levels of spiritual meaning in every chapter. God struck down the tower when they tried to get to heaven. Why would he say it's okay now? Infinite space is just a way to prove no heavens close and above. The pop out camera, that was also miraculously there. Dogma is not truth, and we're all gonna wake up to the truth at our own pace. I just started waking up to the flat Earth, and it could be flat, it could be round, it could be both. Like I believe Cammy was saying that. It could be both. I guess it's whatever you perceive in your reality. We all know that our reality is changing, but the thing of it is if it's changing in our reality, how is it changing in other people's reality? The same thing. So there's got to be some big spiritual connection to the Mandela effect. That's what I think. I think I don't know. I don't know who's doing it yet. Obviously, I don't know if it's. I mean, we can perceive some of it as good and some of it as bad. I mean, like now if you take 9/11, and what I mean by bad is nothing. There is some Mandela effects that I truly believe some are good revelations and some are bad. And one of the ones that I think would be a bad one is when you're telling me that on 9/11 2 tall buildings were destroyed, and now you're going to throw a hotel in there. So how many people were killed in that hotel that wasn't there before? And how many lives were affected wherever we are now? How many lives are affected from that now? And some people will sit and argue with me that the Marriott Hotel has always been there. You cannot tell me what I remember. I remember it not being there. I remember watching days and days of footage after 9/11, or right from the time that it happened. I was watching TV. So I watched it for days and I never heard of a Marriott hotel connected to the Twin Towers that went down. So I would consider that a bad Mandela effect. Um, I would consider that bad because how many lives has it affected? You know, that'd be like taking like Black Tom. I mean, didn't they say a couple people were killed? A few people were killed at Black Tom, but a lot of stuff was destroyed. How how does that affect everything now? I mean, how does that affect the people now that learn it in history? I know how it affects me when I first hear about it. It's like, I mean, we're being attacked from every way now. And I've been telling people this for years. And another thing that I was going to bring up, at least a couple of years I've been saying this, is Germany. We are heading into a timeline that Germany won the war, or the timeline's getting mixed up with our old timeline. Something is happening, but Germany is becoming a part of our reality. And I just seen today this coin. I'll bring it up on my phone. This coin that was found. Somebody found it in. Some guy found it in Mexico, and it's a future. It's a coin from the future. Supposedly, it's from 2039, and it has Nazi symbolism in there. When I seen that today, I was like, you know what? This is really looking like Germany is. It's gonna. They're changing everything, and it's gonna look like Germany won the war, and Germany has always been in power. That the D-Day invasion failed, and so I mean, and I've been saying this for a while now. Um, let me put. Let's see, photos. And there's things where it tells what the let me bring you. Okay, here's the coin. Hopefully, I can get the Nazi symbolism in there. I suppose that's too bright, isn't it? Let me try to dim this down. Settings. Screen display. Okay, do you guys see the coin? Now I'm gonna bring up. Okay, on the top of the coin, they wrote on there what it says. New Germany. That's what it says on the top of the coin. And then on the back of the coin, it says all in one nation. And then here's the date. It says New Germany, all in one nation. And the date is right there, 2039. And I will try to bring up a closer look at the two coins together again to get you guys to see the Nazi simile. I don't know. Can you guys see that? I don't know. Can you guys see that? Jesus set the example. We are not to conform to the earth. Yeah, DNA is not worldly, but genetics, yes, in fact, worldly. How are you feeling? Is Dawn in here? Hey, Tammy, welcome. Dearest Dawn, welcome. Hey, Dark Slayer. So, okay, so I'm going to go back to talking about this coin. I think maybe I'm going to try to blow. Oh, yeah, I could blow the picture up. Okay, so with the picture blowing up, come on. There. Yeah, I almost had it. Almost had it. Right there. There. So, anyways, this coin is from 2039. And I don't know. I mean, if you look at with the inoculations coming, with the mask, with the 6 feet distancing, all that stuff, doesn't it seem like Germany's kind of laws that they would have had? I suppose I could have got a glass, but nobody else is here to drink out of it, so I drink out of it that way. So, okay. So I know we're touching on a ton of subjects. That's me. Every time I get on, I can't keep to one subject. There's so much going on. And Susie, I need a joke to cheer me. A joke. A joke. I'm sure you heard about the dirty joke, right? The 3 pigs fell in the mud. Yeah. Okay, so let's do you guys want to switch over? I think I pretty much got out what I wanted to say about as far as, I mean, we're basically what I wanted to get on here and say is that we are going to be facing a lot in the upcoming months, especially this winter. I hope everybody is geared up because it's supposed to be a really cold winter. They are already warning us that this is going to be a really bad winter. So I hope everybody's geared up with warmth. We're supposed to be getting a lot of snow all over the place. So get geared up for snow. Being able to get to a store or something without using a vehicle. I could see that happening. I could see them playing this weather thing out as much as possible this winter. I believe they're going to be using that weather technology that they have to really make this winter really bad for a lot of us. I think we're going to see a lot more snow falling in the states that usually don't get snow. Where did all that come from? I have had to walk in snowstorms before. Brenda, I keep trying and it posts before I finish. Crunchy B, I was hoping Crunchy B would come in because he was asking me about our Sagittarius hat and where I got it from. So next time, if you guys see Crunchy B, tell him to come talk to me again. I remember the question. I seen it again, and I got something I'm thinking about setting up about these hats. And I'm not sure if yet if I'm going to do it, but I will talk to you guys and Crunchy B about it when I make my decision on what I'm going to do. I think they have pillows for that, Chappie. Vointage is here, huh? I did not see him. Oh, hey, Vointage. Does Vointage want to come on? We could use a voice from overseas. Yawn. Chappelle, let's see. Darkslayer, I'll borrow yours. Chappelle, the potentially good need to be informed and reprogrammed because the past 30 years have discouraged the younger people to the point of conundrum. No teasing about taser. Okay, let's see. I am on the laptop again, which I said I probably wasn't gonna do, but because I didn't really like it. But there are some things I do like about that I do like about the extra, some of the extra things that you get to do. I do like that. And you can't do it from the cell phone. Like when you can move stuff around from different on the cell phone, but there's like different things that you can do. The screen sharing for one. Once I learn how to do that, I would love to be doing that. And okay, I put the link in the chat. So if anybody wants to come on in. Anybody's more than welcome. You talk about whatever you want to talk about. If you got something on your mind, hey Danny. Danny, matter of fact, I'm glad you stopped in. Danny, you asked me the other day about how Wisconsin was looking, and it's changing a lot. But it's like, what map do you look at? There's so many different maps. Prelim is here. Prelim's coming in the house. Hey, Prelim.
Hi, Patrick. I've seen changes in Wisconsin, including your hometown. Like,
yeah.
Wisconsin Rapids is not in the same place.
Yeah, that's what you were saying before. But what map are you? What map are you looking at?
Well, the Google map.
Okay.
And it might not have changed for you because this Mandela effect is so confusing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all seeing changes that don't coincide. I mean, a lot of them are the same, but we're seeing like we can't okay, Stasha from Sweden. I told her that Sweden was never next to Norway.
My ears is ringing.
Time, you remember Stasha Eriksson?
Yeah.
I talked to her, and she's written books about the Mandela effect. I agree with most of the changes she is seeing, but Sweden itself is not the same shape, and it was never next to Norway. It was in the northern part of where Poland is now.
Mm-hmm.
And the shape was more horizontal shaped, like from east to west shape. But now it extends way up. Oh,
I'm sorry. Shit. Sorry about that, Prelim. Go
Okay, I'm
ahead.
back. As I was saying, I just want to make that small point that that's an example where people are not having the same reality. I, I don't, we, and none of us really know. Maybe some freaks do. I, I,
Mm.
I don't claim to know what's going on. I'm listening to everyone's theory.
When I look at
I
Wisconsin,
know where I was, Sweden was not next to Norway.
Mhm.
I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, when getting back to Wisconsin,
Yeah,
um,
Wisconsin Rapids and La Crosse is not in the same place for me.
I
And
have to
Eau
take
Claire,
a look.
yeah,
I have to look at the map to look at what you guys are talking
yeah.
about Rapids not being in the same place.
It,
But
it
what's
moved.
changed?
What where I see it, where it was, it was southeast from where it is now, and now it's way up northwest. And I remember looking at the map because I was going to visit you in Rationally months ago. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's not that far. No, it's really far. It
Mhm.
was not that far northwest. It was southeast of where it is now. And now it's like way up there. I, I mentioned this in previous video, but I'm just telling you, like where I was, even just a few months ago, your hometown, Wisconsin Rapids, is not in the same place.
Mhm. What I can say from what maps I looked at and looking at Wisconsin is the outer rim of it changed for me in a few different spots. Way up north in the Superior area, there's like a peak, it looks like a horn, little horn coming out that
Uh-huh.
was never there, and then the difference between Lake Superior and the opening up in there was a
Yeah.
lot. It's a lot closer now, but it was a lot further apart.
Okay. Yeah, and Eau Claire and La Crosse are not in the same place. And,
Hmm.
and
Uh,
and those all happened at the same time. Like Wisconsin Rapids and Eau Claire and La Crosse all changed
yeah.
at
So
the same time, same day.
Danny, if you're still in here, you're more than welcome to come in. Danny was asking me.
We
Uh,
don't have to talk about that, Patrick. That was just one of the recent changes, and
we don't have to talk about what.
uh, we don't have to talk about the Wisconsin changes, because
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say he was asking me what change would have because he can't. He doesn't have a way of checking out Wisconsin,
yeah,
so he was asking anybody who basically lives in Wisconsin if we've seen any changes. So if you're still in here, Danny, you're more than welcome to come on in and talk about. He's seen. Danny keeps track
yeah.
of. Yeah, so. Yeah, I wanted to see what else he was talking about. Wisconsin's going to have it going on because it got a shitload of H2O from the Denali wave. Huh. Okay. Well, are you talking about like this winter?
This winter.
Yeah, Dan
Oh,
he put in the chat Wisconsin's gonna have it going on because it got a shitload of H2O from Denali, the wave. Um, I haven't been keeping up with the news, but I'm assuming Denali is one of the hurricanes that came in. I don't know, but
hmm.
H2O, we all know what that is. So if you're mixing that with the cold weather that comes in and the mixture of the warmer weather, I mean, we could have a lot of snow dumped on us. Water from Alaska. Okay, I gotcha. That freaked me out for a second. Sorry about your mom. Everything is changing. Um, I before I get off the subject, I have already gotten off the subject of I know we're already an hour into this, and we got off the religious subject. But don't the only thing I would like to ask of everybody is I just found out today. Please say a prayer for my brother, my oldest brother who lives in Indiana. Just found out that he has prostate cancer. So I just would like if you guys could pray for him and hope that he gets the treatment and stuff that he needs and whatever he decides to do. Um, he was kind of short. He didn't really talk to me too long. It was a little bit, and then he had to go. But I definitely, when I'm done with the stream, if he's still up, which I'm sure he will be, I need to give him a call back and talk to him. But yeah, so
I'm back. So,
you're back.
yeah, I might have missed something. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just asking everybody to give prayers to my brother.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just found out he had prostate cancer today, and
Oh, man.
so and it was really weird how I said, how did you know? How did you know to go get checked? And he said that there was a few things going on that he was talking to somebody else about who went through prostate cancer or something like that. Or who is going through it or who went through it. I'm not sure. But he was having the same symptoms as him. And then his dog was showing signs of, his dog wasn't doing some things that, a dog would do. Is like, I've heard before that dogs could smell cancer or smell something.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah.
Well, his dog kind of alerted him to it. I mean, he didn't know for sure to go get checked out by his dog, but
Wow.
Everything started falling into place to where he thought like he better go get checked out.
Well, I pray for him. What's your brother's name?
Jim.
I pray for Jim that he is blessed by healing and guidance, and
Thanks.
I mean, even just the ability to go on with something like that. I mean, I'm someone that, like, if something really bad happens, I won't be able to go on because it's already overwhelming. I've been questioning this world since I was 7. Like, wait, this, as I went on, the thing that got me through was art. And I've been confused about what I believe about truth and why we're here. I'm just thankful that I'm able to go on, because it doesn't take much to make me really depressed. I get really, I'm already so down. I don't even, I hate the city I'm in since 2001. Everything for me is so, I hate being alone. I like being with people. I like being in a band. I like a culture scene. I like a club where I can go to see live music. there's none of that here. It's like culture ghetto.
Hmm.
I don't relate to people here. I can't make any friends. I can't go to even before the corona. I was like, God, I hate. Why the hell am I here? I can't stand it.
Mhm.
Just working like a slave and just I, I hate my own bitterness. I want to be a cheerful, enthusiastic person with people I can relate to, and they don't exist here. I'm not a small town guy. I like city. I like metropolis. I like I like the New York kind of scene.
Yeah, Chappelle says, "What keeps you there, Prelim? Is it
Financial,
your fam? Oh,
yeah,
financial.
family, financial, and
Yeah,
it,
pretty much all your family is where you are now, right?
yeah, and we were always close, and they're
Yeah,
retired and they're getting old, and it's like I would feel
yeah.
bad either way. I'm in a juxtaposition, and that means like where either way, it's you feel bad, like you don't know, you don't have there's no like if I go back to Milwaukee, I would still feel bad because they're all here.
But Milwaukee is like only what, an hour and a half away from Madison.
Right. Yeah, and I drive there. Yeah, traffic is really dense now and the roads are bad, and
Yeah.
every time I go there it's like a hassle just to drive there. And it isn't the same. Like a lot of people are gone. I'll still go there, but it would be different if I lived there because then I would not have to drive back and forth. It's complicated.
Well, where you are now, can you make it into where the way you want it? Like you said that
No,
you want a band,
there's no
you want to,
because
you know,
because larger cities have an avant-garde subculture scene, and small towns don't have that. Like people are not into subculture and underground and surrealism and abstract expressionism.
what?
They don't care about art. Like art is very important to. It's like a language, and
Mhm.
that's the language I speak. Those are the people I see eye to eye with. Those are the bands and the venues. People that really care about music go to record stores and buy albums. But in a
Mhm.
small town, nobody buys albums. They don't care about music. They're caught up in politics and the bourgeois.
Yeah, but you know what? It's been a long time since you've been in Milwaukee, and how do you know that moving back
Oh,
there would make
it
you
still
happy?
exists. Yeah, no, it does because the college was always like run with inspired, imaginative people, and the way that like even going to a cafe or college radio, those are inspired platforms. In a
Mhm.
small town, you won't have that. You'll have hick mentality where none of that matters. They don't care about those things. They put other values. And in a large city, culture is very important. Like, because that's a way of life. That's a whole way of seeing the reality.
Mhm.
And they openly talk about spiritual ideas. Like, you can't talk about anything spiritual in a small town or a half-sized town. Like Madison is like almost a city, but it's a town.
Are you uh are you reading chat at all, or can you read chat? Can you see the chat?
Oh, I gotta switch back. Yeah. Uh,
Uh, well, I was just gonna say a couple of things. Jennifer, that thumbs up was for you. You asked me how I'm doing. I'd give you a thumbs up. And Rashley said prelim. I hear a lot of. It just jumped on me.
I don't want to put down. I mean, it's okay to if you like living in Montana or Alabama, whatever. I'm not I'm not putting anyone down. I'm just saying for me,
Yeah, nobody's
you
saying that
can
you're putting
tell
anybody down.
for an artist who loves idealism and futurism and abstract thinking,
Yeah, what
that
Rationally
you
was
gotta
saying
be in
was
that kind of you want a venue and club where people are very into music
right, but we have the
and
internet now. You can
originality,
pretty
not
much
just
do
music,
anything
but
from wherever you are. Are you talking about you want to be in that crowd, or
well,
are you
it's a
talking
lot
about
of
just
things. It isn't
being a
just
part of it
art and music.
through?
It's really like
But
people
do
that are really enthusiastic and encouraging and a close knit community. Do you know what I mean?
mhm,
Like
yeah,
like people in a small town are kind of like they just want to be to themselves. People in a city community want close knit. They want to they like hanging out in groups of
mhm,
people, and it's very different mentality in a city.
yeah,
People really hang close together in a city. In a medium sized town, they kind of keep to themselves, and you can't talk about the same thing, and they don't talk about like art and music, and they're not enthusiastic like they are in a city. Like in a city, people are really excited about music and art, and that's what
yeah.
motivates
I
them.
I don't know. I think that's your perception on your perception of what that's like. You may be right to a
Uh,
certain point, but I think everybody is different. I think if you really want to find what you want, you can make it happen through the
oh,
internet. Like I said,
oh
if
yeah.
you want,
Oh, I still do. Yeah, I still, but it's harder to do it alone. Like I want to be in a band again.
yeah.
And
Getting off the subject just a little bit. I wanted to.
it's part of the whole picture though. It's one facet. Sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Um, Actually, getting off the subject a tad bit, I wanted to. Jennifer put out there no mask, no vax, no mark, no fear, and um, so I lost it. Chappelle, Dearest Don says Chappelle. They say it's a DNA changing vax. Yeah, the vaccine that, from what I heard, is the vaccine has not only the DNA changing, and has them little bots in it, so they can activate them bots to wrap around your DNA strain or whatever. But what I heard is as soon as they shoot you with that, they have like a small pen or a toothbrush type looking thing, and they give your skin like a little shock, and then it activates the DNA that they just put in your system. And yeah, I mean this is not a regular little vaccine that they're going to be handing out like the past, where it's been just even though that's been bad, the flu vaccine. This thing is going to be destroying who you are. Everything about you, this thing is going to destroy.
Yeah, I mean, if it affects your DNA and that affects your mind, then
Right.
yeah, I mean, I
I
mean,
mean,
if
yeah.
if
What?
they do a lot of tests on all these experimental vaccines, that they're gonna. I mean, they've already had victims who are debilitated by the experimental vaccines, and for one to actually be good, it would not affect your mind or it would not cause any debilitating symptom.
Right. Right. And Chappelle, yeah, I mean I mean there's not only a lot of videos out there showing you, there's plenty of people have studied that nothing but what they're doing to these vaccines and what this new RNA thing is. It's kind of like the new the way they put it was when you grow these vegetables now, they're not you're not getting the real vegetable. It's what is it? What do they call it? A copy of that vegetable. You know what I'm saying? Reproducing it, growing it in a lab, whatever. So these DNA strains, they've been grown in a lab, and it's a certain DNA, and I'm assuming it's some sort of satanic type DNA that they're going to put in you, something that's going to they said
No, you're wrong. You're wrong because satanic influence is spiritual, not DNA, not physical, not molecular, not.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, you got me. You're right.
No DNA vaccine is spiritual because we're not DNA.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I should never put it that way. You're right.
But the physical affects us. So the vaccine could be partially from, satanic or the lower fallen angels, that are governing Earth. Fallen Earth is governed by, we're already in a fallen world.
How about if we just keep it at they're going to inject you with a DNA, whoever's DNA, we don't know, RNA, whatever, DNA, RNA.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. No way. I don't want that. No way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to affect you in one way or another because it doesn't belong in your system.
Right. So it's part of the Earth already, just as we are. But originally, we're not even from this world. So no vaccine can hurt the soul, is my point. Like you will still be intact when you leave.
You're right.
Leave your body. That vaccine isn't going to affect your spiritual being.
Right. You're right there. But I think accepting it might. Just accepting it might affect your spiritual being, because you're accepting part of the beast.
You know what? No, because God is not petty, and God already knows you and your true, and who you really are beyond all this earthly crap.
So you think you don't have to prove to God your loyalty? You think you can just do whatever you want, be a sinner here on earth, and then
but the DNA what this world is cramping everyone into is not what God wants you to be anyway. So even if you're totally conditioned by all the bullshit of this world, you will still fly free from all of the bullshit. As long as the main thing is to trust God, and God is a word beyond human understanding. It's beyond religion. I trust God. I trust Jesus. I trust any wisdom that helps people to see beyond the great.
But you're still basically saying that you can be here and be a sinner and not have to go through what is coming now for us, the tribulation.
I see what you're getting at. It's your intention. It's your intention. See, if your intention is selfish, that's what the omniscient sees. It's like if you think, well, I'll just do what I can get away with, whatever is permissible. That's a selfish intention. If your intention is to seek wisdom and God's will, and God in the real sense, beyond all the traditions of humanity, passed down. Because I mean, even like the Romans totally distorted the original Christianity into the Catholic Church, and that's why it took, like, Luther came along, and then he had to figure out what went wrong here, what was changed by the Romans, and the Gnostics saw that too. I mean, you can learn a lot from the original Gnostics, but that's my opinion. But you can check it out yourself. Personally, this the interpretations of Emanuel Swedenborg, I think, were the most accurate of the Bible. So that's where I'm coming from, and
So okay, so
I'm
are you
still
saying
open-minded. I'm
you
still
don't?
searching.
Huh?
I'm still searching. I don't come to a conclusion. I don't think I know it all, or
Right.
I'm still trying to figure it out, like anyone. But I am amazed by what Swedenborg taught. Like I've learned so much about the symbolic meaning of Genesis. Blew me away.
But well, I'm just trying to figure out what you think as far as the mark of the beast.
Okay.
What are you thinking the mark of the beast is? Is it one thing? Is it
It isn't physical. It's spiritual. It isn't physical. See, a lot of people think it's something marked on your flesh. The mark of the beast is a spiritual thing it's in your pineal gland. It isn't something that we can even. It isn't a physical thing. It's really your intention at heart. That's the mark of the beast. If you have selfish intention, then you have the beast. If you have unselfish attitude and you're thinking about others and you care about others, then you don't have it.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's. I think you have to show a lot more than good intentions to get to. This is my belief.
Okay.
I just believe that you have to show more than good intentions to be with God. Like it says, you have to believe in Christ first in order to get to God.
Right.
So
I relate to that. Yeah.
Okay, so look at what Christ went through, and he was awesome. He's not a sinner. He lived his life, and he still, look what he went through for us.
Yeah.
And we can sit here and sin. We have to go through something similar to what he went through. Now, and if you don't go through that and you try to get through this life as easy as possible on this world, that's going to make you take the vax, do whatever a good sheeple will do.
Right.
And then you think after that, just because you have good intentions, you're going to go and be next to God.
Patrick, I wasn't talking about just intention.
I'm not. I don't mean to keep saying you. I'm putting it out there is what I believe. I'm not specifically.
I always only put out intention because that's where it starts. Like it isn't just intention. It's like, okay, how do I practice this in my life?
Mm.
And then that's a strife. And I think strife and long suffering, diligence, like you kind of like resist and you rely on God. That's God's grace. And then you start to see through your own past, like, wow, I was so stupid. You recognize whatever you're wrong about.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't. So you can't become obsessive you can't. If you expect yourself to be perfect, you're going to make it worse, because you're not going to be perfect. Like, you're going to fall. You're going to make mistakes. You won't be a perfect disciple or nothing like that. Some are, because they just have a great coordination, physical, mental, spiritual. I I know some people are incredibly advanced in their walk, and I don't put it past, but it can be done. But
You know,
the average guy like us, I mean, we're gonna like, oh man,
some people say, well, some
excuse
people
me.
have come up to me and said, so you think you're above me because you
Oh,
believe in Jesus Christ? And
good point. Good.
I just
Yeah,
look at them
like
and
when I talk
I'll
to
be
God,
like, what? Yeah, no, I
yeah,
do, because you know
uh,
what? You have the ability to be in the same position, but you don't look for truth. You don't look for answers. You just think that just
yeah.
by living this life and doing the best you can, but still going along as people, you're gonna. You okay there, prelim?
Sorry, I had my window up and I just sneezed. Sorry.
God bless you.
I wasn't sneezing earlier. It,
Oh.
it just hit me.
So, so yeah, no, I've had people say that to me, and it's like, we all have the ability. No, I don't really think that I'm above you, but if you're gonna ask me that question, yes, okay, I'm above you because you're just not putting the effort into doing what you need to do, you know. So,
You know what I think? I think a more graceful way of non-judging is, well, hey, they're not ready for it. Like when I talk to my sister and brother or old friends, I just think, well, I don't think it's like so damning of people. Like God, I don't think of the Old Testament God. I think of the New Testament God. I think, well, everyone is at a stage. That's the mercy of Jesus. Is that if a person is really ready, will show them the way. They don't have to be good now, or they don't have to search truth. Maybe they're just too stupid, or they're just,
yeah,
I don't want to judge anyone. I
right,
figure like, well, that's where they're at, and people change they when they learn something that is spiritual. And most people are not ready. Most people can't even handle like any kind of spiritual ideas.
right,
They get disturbed right away. So I
yeah.
figure, well, they're at a stage, but God's not gonna damn them because they're stupid.
No, and like, okay, I gotta read what Rationally said because I got a comment to that. I hear you are coming from prelim. It is important that we think outside the box and always strive for more understanding. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. No one is better than anyone. Yes, I totally agree with that. I was being a smartass, saying that I agree that I'm better than you because I I believe in Christ. I know a lot of people that say they don't believe in Christ, but I hate that when they come back with that. That pisses me off more than anything. So if I just feel if you ain't got something better to come back with, you know what. But I agree with, just like the Mandela effect, we all wake up to it at certain points. And but with what's going on now,
Yeah,
we're running out of time for people to wake up to, and I know some people in my chat that
yeah, but that creates anxiety. It's like
what does.
even if it's over tomorrow, it doesn't
Mhm.
help us to be anxious. Like, oh, the end of the world, all that shit. We
Mhm.
may as well just focus on what we can do now, whether it's one day or 30 more years, and not dwell on, oh, you know how much time, because there will never
Yeah,
because
I guess it comes down to each person. I mean, when it comes down to the time where people are going to start suffering and things get really bad, I mean, I prefer to have Jesus Christ on my side
Yeah.
versus.
I mean, like if anyone asked me about, why
Did
do
you
I,
hear that car? Obviously,
yeah.
I'm sure that car.
What
Yeah.
do what do you say? Like if someone comes up to you and says, "Why do you believe in Jesus?" How do you respond to that? I mean, where do you start? Like, I,
Why do I
I don't
believe in
want
Jesus?
to be. I know that's a general.
Is that what you're asking me? Why I believe in
Yeah,
Jesus?
yeah,
I believe in Jesus because I truly believe that he did die for our sins. I do believe that he went through everything that he went through. I believe he was here to teach everybody, and I
yeah,
I mostly feel it in my heart. I mostly feel that this is the right thing to do.
yeah.
This is my king and this is my savior. I
Right. Did you have an experience with the Holy Spirit, like before your coma? Did you
no
have an experience where you felt the presence of the Holy Spirit?
no.
Oh, because I did. I see. That's what. Because I was a raging party monster in the late '80s, and I was going through a lot of bad things were happening, and after an attempted suicide, I was praying one night. I was just totally like I didn't want to attempt it again because it was such a bad time in the hospital. Like 1985, I was in the hospital and I tried to poison myself, and I didn't have an NDE, and I just like I don't know. I waited like 10 days and then recovered, and then a couple of years later, because after I got out of the hospital, I kind of went back into the same routine, and then had continual breakdown, like always like tearing myself apart. I didn't accept myself. I didn't know how to change, and I didn't understand Christianity. It made no sense. And then I had a breakdown in 1989, and I was in my room and I was praying, and that's when I had this experience that was outside of me. It wasn't coming from my mind. It was something overwhelming. But I knew it was the presence of something that I didn't even believe in, and it convinced me because I was praying about. It's like, is this real or not? I was really mad. I was angry. I was like, this doesn't make sense. I don't get it. And I was studying it for a long time, and I was studying other things too. I was like investigating the Rosicrucians and all different churches and Buddhism and and a lot of New Age type stuff, psychology. Anyway, that night, I that's when I was like, oh my god, that was an answer to my prayer. And I was like, that's when I thought, okay, for sure, Jesus is real. And then I went to a church. I went to a church where they baptized people in the Holy Spirit
Mhm.
because I was taught that when you get baptized, that's when you receive the Holy Spirit. I still don't. I'm not sure about if that's true or not, but I went and did it anyway because I figured, well, I should do it anyway. I'll just go get baptized. And I noticed a difference since that time. Like that gave me so much inner peace when I went to get baptized. And it was just like it was a huge church, and I didn't really know what I was doing. I just thought, well, I just want to tell God, I'm serious, because that's kind of what baptism is. It's like saying to God, okay, I really want to know what's real,
Mhm.
and if this is real, then I want to do this to be more synchronized with what the
Right.
guiding what the guidance of God is trying to tell us to do.
Right.
Because I can't do this alone. I need God's help with Jesus, and so I felt no shame about. It's like, no, it's just baptism. You like you're put underwater,
Hmm.
and the priest prays with you, and
Right.
then the Holy Spirit. Anyway, to make a long story short, that was a really chaotic time for me, the '80s. So when it was. I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain this, but I noticed the difference. That's what I was trying to say. I felt an inner peace that I never had at all. Like it gave me strength. I worked 3 jobs all through the '90s. Like I worked full time.
Hmm.
Go out and party. I was like, but by keeping a job, it kept me out of trouble.
Hmm.
But then when I came to Madison in 2001, that's when my faith really got tested, and because I went into depression, and I wasn't around the same environment, and I was like, oh God, I'm bored out of my mind. And so it's like a test. It's like, wow, I feel really tested since I came here. I don't feel like the same person. So thanks for listening to my rant.
Oh yeah, no problem. I was just going to I was just gonna write while you were talking. I was gonna write in the chat, but since you stopped talking, um, I seen there's a couple people that were leaving us that I wanted to say goodnight to. Um, Tammy was going to bed. Good night, Tammy, and Jennifer. Good night. Um, also, I want to remind everybody that my PayPal link is in the description. So if anybody would like to donate, I would sure appreciate it. What I kind of getting off the subject again, we're gonna jump another subject. I'll wait on that.
No, go ahead. Yeah, no, you can talk about that. Yeah, because I know you're in a situation.
Oh no! I was gonna talk about the hat and the flag again, but I'm not gonna do that yet. I want to continue. I actually had a couple questions for you about your story. When you said you felt
Okay. Yeah.
you felt it. What did you feel?
The presence, like nothing that could ever come from my own mind. That's how I knew. Like when you feel the Holy Spirit,
Like, do you think
it's
out or what?
No, I was very conscious. In fact, it brightens your awareness.
Mm-hmm.
It is like a spiritual, unearthly. It's multi-sensory. It isn't just emotion. It's your visual. It's intuition. It's also the warm. It warms your heart. For
You
lack
know,
of
as
a better word, like it gives you this great assurance. Like it tells you, like, I am here. And you know it, and then you realize, whoa, it is real after all. And then you feel a great inner peace come over you.
So as you're telling me this, I'm thinking back on when I first got to the hospital and they incubated me, and I how many times I've told this story, but I never knew what it was, and maybe that was possibly what I was feeling when I said when they were incubating me, I felt completely over. I mean, I was calm and everything. I mean, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether I was going to live or die while I was laying on that table.
Did you notice, like, all the anger and rage you felt suddenly was gone. Like,
Yeah, I didn't have any feelings except for
wow.
inner peace. Is like you said, I didn't feel any of my limbs. I
Um,
didn't I didn't feel like I was actually
yeah.
being worked on. People are, grabbing my mouth and, trying to
Yeah.
shove my mouth open as far as possible while they're shoving this tube
Oh,
down my.
that's
I
amazing.
didn't, I didn't feel nothing. I watched them
Right.
and I was
So
like,
you
wow.
were, oh my God, you were out of your body. That's amazing.
Yeah,
You,
but I didn't even know I was out of my body until
yeah.
after way out, like a year or so, and I keep reliving. I relived that situation so many times, and I keep asking myself about I don't know if they're hallucinations or
Yeah.
where I was at, but there's so many questions I have about that. But every time I go back to laying the first initial
Yeah.
being on the table and them trying to shove the tube down my throat,
Wow.
that I do remember. And I remember it clear as day. I was watching them do it. And I was like, I thought I would be, this is what I'm thinking. I thought I would be more scared of this because I seen my dad have it done many a times in the previous couple of years. And I said to myself, if they ever did that to me, that would freak the shit out of me because I don't like shit being shoved down. I don't think anybody likes shit being shoved down their throat. But I literally did not feel any of my limbs, and I just felt loved. I felt like everything was going to be fine. Like I was totally in. I can't even explain it, but it's similar to what you're explaining.
Well, yeah.
Um,
Because I wasn't expecting anything to happen. I was just depressed as hell, and I was praying. And I had moved back to my folks' house after living. I was living in my own apartment for a long time. Since '82.
mhm.
I didn't want to go back to my. I didn't want to go back to the old house, and I was back in my old room. Like, all these high school memories were haunting me, and I was like, I just wanted to move back to the east
This
side.
is during your depression.
Yeah, '89.
Okay.
Because I was 18 in '82.
Mhm.
So it was weird to be back in my old room. And it just made me really depressed because I thought about all my friends that all, I didn't want, I didn't even want anyone to know that I was back at my parents' house.
Mhm.
But because I had a bad roommate and I just had to get like a really bad influence. And I knew I had to get out of there
Right.
and just find a new roommate. And I would go. I already had money saved up, so it wasn't a problem. But it was so emotional, like to be back there, and because 1985 was a real nightmare when I attempted suicide, and
Yeah, I don't know who.
because I was in love with this girl, and we were together for 2 years, and I didn't see it. It hit me like a bus. I was totally unprepared for that. It mentally just it was very traumatizing. I never really got over it. I still miss her. That's the weird thing. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like she was my soul. I felt like the I felt like evil had taken her away, and everything was going fine, and then it made no sense. I'm still I'm still so mad that we're not still together. I miss her all the time, and I,
I am almost positive that I mean, I know I'm positive we will all be together again.
yeah. But so it was '89, and I was praying, and I didn't think anything would happen. Your original question was about, I didn't I wasn't. I was just like there, like, and I had already been praying and trying to understand Christianity. And
Mm,
while I was studying Alan Watts and all these other like psychology counselors and spirit NDE experiences and Wayne Dyer and all that. And so I was sitting there, and I, what I saw, I mean, what I felt was this overwhelming presence, and all I knew in retrospect is that it wasn't coming from my mind, wasn't coming from my imagination. It was a very real presence and a reassurance of God, and it was saying, and not only it didn't use words. It was the presence, and I felt an overwhelming peace
mm.
that has stayed with me, and I'm grateful for. And even despite and I it makes you want to do the right thing. Even you slip, and like I still have issues that I've never, but I've improved on those issues.
Yeah, I mean, we all have. I'm sure we all have our issues, and
Yeah,
I mean, if anybody, like I said earlier, if anybody would have seen me in my 20s,
yeah. I
you would never
was,
have thought,
um,
that.
I was a freak, totally.
Hmm.
I was out of control, and I got in a lot of trouble. And
And when, like when I was being when I was on the table and they were shoving that tube in my throat, I didn't have any experiences like I felt anybody around me or anybody talk to me or anything like that. But I did, and I thought it was weird because I was doing nothing but thinking to myself. It was like talking to myself, and I was like just totally okay with everything that was going on. I even said to myself, if I die right here, I'm good with it. I was that confident that I was fine, that I was going to be okay. Something made me feel like I was totally going to be just fine whether I lived or died. I mean, it didn't specifically say if you live you're going to be fine or if you die you're going to be fine. I just overwhelmingly felt really good,
yeah,
like being not high on drugs or anything, but being on a cloud nine
hey, yeah.
with a lot.
I mean, I quit smoking pot in 1993. That was the last time. It, it didn't even. I didn't enjoy it. Like from '89 to '93, every time I got high, it
Mm.
wasn't the same. It was like a negative. It's like a really bad feeling. It's like, oh, I don't want this. I finally stopped. I was like, okay, I'm done with that.
Hey Raleigh, I'm gonna go back and
I know that's something you still like. To me, I get a nightmarish feeling. That's why I had to stop. And
um,
sometimes I miss it, but I know if I get high right now, it wouldn't be like it was in my 20s. It wouldn't feel the same.
yeah, and I'm gonna read this one comment, and I don't know who Cammy's talking about, whether it was you or me. You were out of body and protected. You had something protect you and keep you safe. Guardian angel or guide, Jesus. I don't know. I mean, you could probably say that for both of us, huh? I mean, uh, whether I think I've heard you say before when we first were Mandela affected and finding each other, you do agree that like I feel like I did die at that instance, and
Yeah,
this is how I ended up here.
I think
And
you did. I think you really did. That's how I ended up here too in 2016. I, I, I,
yeah,
I'm not in the same earth.
Yeah, I mean, wherever we are in different timelines, or on Orion, or wherever we are, we know it's different. We know are
Yeah,
changing. Um,
yeah.
and that's what it comes. That's what I mean. Everything is slowly tying together. The puzzle pieces are coming together.
I agree.
Where,
It is starting to make sense. It is.
yeah, the Mandela effect, along with God and Jesus, and everything that's happening now. It's like all there's still puzzle pieces that need to be fit in there, but we are coming. I mean, we are starting to make sense of some of this stuff. I feel like we're making. I mean, we were
Yeah,
totally lost. We were totally lost when we first got here, and a lot of
yeah,
us were freaking out.
totally. I
So
was.
yeah, I mean, I still when I think about it, I still think, I wonder.
I couldn't sleep at all. Like during 2016 and 2017, I was not sleeping because I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Rationally said, in my early teens, I was empty shell. I just smiled and nodded. Was so broken with so many shadow people surrounding me. I don't know why. And then I felt that presence through it all, and it's like light surrounded me. Yeah, and that conjures up memories. Brenda, um, Susie, you have a better voice and accent. Rationally, I don't give a name to it. It's beyond that. Have I shifted again, Chappelle? So, and I mean, that's another thing, like Susie just said about the shifting.
Yeah,
She said, "Have I shifted again?" With me, I mean, I understand that things change and we call it shifts, but I don't really what is going on. I have no idea, because it's like the
yeah.
sometimes the Mandela effect throws you a big ass change, and then the rest of the time it's these little bitty little things, all over. Do you agree?
It might be somewhere between. It might be that it isn't that we're shifting, or that something is causing the changes on this matrix. It might be that we're in layers, that there's these layers of different, like we're like the same matrix simulation is having layers that you can shift between, yet it's all in the same place. So
Mm-hmm.
we're not in a different place since the first major quantum change. Like we're not on the same Earth, but we're in a a simulated reality that is metamorphic, and
Mm-hmm.
layers, and how we respond causes the. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah.
layers. Like we're in a fake Earth that changes and has glitches, and we can actually change it by our action,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah. No, I agree.
we're not on the true organic Earth that we came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree there. Raleigh says, while Patrick Prelim is one of the top researchers of the effect of, it just jumped on me every time.
So
Uh,
so what I want
Researchers
to
of the effect changes.
to, to
Thank you.
wrap to,
What?
to wrap that up, this simulation is metamorphic according to our will, so we can improve it. It can be better. Um, it's just that we're in, maybe it's purgatory. I don't know, but I mean I know it's not the Earth. It's just a zone. We're in a twilight zone, and
Yeah.
it's like a test maybe, or a like a correction center. I don't.
I almost think I thought of it at one point. I thought it was like maybe this is our second chance, but
Or extension.
yeah, you just you don't know. I mean, why? It's really, really. How do you want to put it? It's really got. I mean, this thing is so big. I mean, like through your life prelim, when you were younger, did you feel like there was something gonna happen, and that you like? This is what I was thinking when I was younger.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought I'm never gonna die. I don't know why I thought that, but I thought I'm never gonna die, and I was gonna be here.
Wait. What do you mean when you say? Do you mean die spiritually?
I'm never gonna not exist. I'm always going to exist.
Yeah. I thought that, except I didn't think I would be the same body. Like
I didn't even think of that. I just
thought, well, I'm just going to be in a different form of reality, different dimension.
I wasn't even thinking realities or anything like that at that time when I was younger. I
was reading tons of science fiction all through my childhood and teens. So to me, like, I was more excited about the future than anything on Earth. I didn't like the Earth. I didn't want to be part of it. I was really, because I hate history. Like, I hate all the wars, and I hate all the divisions and suffering and aging body. I didn't want to get old, so I wanted to die young. I was just a futurist. I was like, get me out of here. I don't want to be here. I didn't.
Here comes Valley.
That was my, and I was very into art. So to me, imagination, anything that was not like the Earth, that, I didn't like alien, I didn't like horror at all.
Yeah.
I just
welcome, Raleigh. Oh, sorry, Prelim. I thought you were.
You know what I mean? Like, I liked utopian civilization of like some fantastic, cool world that was where everything was good.
I just wanted to thank Preliminal personally.
Sorry.
Prelim.
Hey,
I want to thank you personally for all the good research you've done with Mandela Effect over the last few years.
Oh, thanks.
You're a real asset to the Mandela Effect community, and I just want to thank you personally, and that's all I've got to say, Patrick.
I haven't done that much research. I just
kind of have to go, Raleigh. Stick around for a little bit.
No.
Yeah,
I'm a big motor mouth. All I want to do is all I would like to do is just really thank Preliminal for coming into the chat rooms and how he supported everybody. And
I'm so bad with technology. I can't even do a StreamYard. I don't know.
I've just got one question that is a true mystery. How come none of us can say your name? Preliminal.
I shortened it to Prelimin. Like,
what does that name mean? Preliminal.
I'll tell you. It just means like this is a preliminary stage, and life really begins when we leave here.
Preliminal. I just wanted to thank you, and that's all I've got to say, Patrick. You guys have a good night. I'm listening.
All right,
thanks, Patrick.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Raleigh. Have a good night.
Yeah, the name just
made Martha,
because I always looked at this life as a prelude. We're like living, like chapter 1 doesn't really begin until it's over.
Right.
And that's the whole concept of the name. Oh, that's
so Martha's joined us in the chat. So yeah, I totally agree with you, Prelim. And
You know?
And I
Yeah.
totally agree
I
with
mean,
what Riley had to
you know,
say.
why would we live in a temporary body that gets old after, 40,
Yeah,
50 years, and then we're
yeah.
like, well, what do we do now? It's like a temporary class that we take as a soul,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, it's like when hey Rick, welcome.
What's happening?
Like what I was saying, like when I was younger and I felt like I didn't think of realities or anything like that. It just felt like I just knew in my essence that we never die. I was never gonna die, not exist. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Um, this body is gonna die. Yeah. And I believe I've already died.
Yeah.
So I mean, how many times we die, I have no idea. But another thing that
that's
I
the thing.
thought,
It's like, wow, that brings up the question, like, what was I doing before this?
Mhm.
I can't. I have no way to know. It isn't available, so I don't. I
But
try.
I also thought that I knew that I was going to make it to the end times, or not the end of the world, but the end times. I don't know why I had all these feelings when I wasn't at that time. I wasn't into the Bible. I was very young when I started feeling this way. I mean, I'm talking like 10, 12 years old, and it's I don't know. I've always had these weird feelings that um, I was a part of something that was
Yeah.
bigger. You know,
What
like we all,
do you like?
are. Everybody in here is a part of something that's bigger than us.
I
Yeah.
know I rebelled at an early age because of
Yeah.
school and the way things were. I mean, at a very early age.
Hey, Rick, were you able to talk to your parents about God or the spirit world?
My father wasn't around, but
Okay.
my mother, she was busy raising three boys, and we all put her through hell. We all dropped out of
Oh.
school at an early age. We all were doing drugs and drinking and
Oh man, what happened to your dad? He died.
Nah, he rolled off, man. He didn't want another kid. So according to my
Wow.
mom, he didn't want another. Like my brothers they were born in '64 and '65,
Okay.
and I was born in '71. So there's a nice gap in between there.
Okay.
And he didn't want another child. My mom wanted another child. My mom wanted a girl, but she had two boys. And so I guess they tried one more time, or maybe my dad didn't try. I don't know. Maybe it was just my mom, and she got pregnant again. And after I was born, shortly after that, my dad rolled out. No, I was around him. I seen him,
Did you try to call him?
but it wasn't much. No, not at all.
You didn't.
No. No, don't get me wrong. There was times I knew where he worked. I used to ride my bike up to his work time by time to see him in work, but that was it. I mean, like when I was younger, he used to take us up the mountains. His parents used to live up the mountain. So like every other weekend, I would go up the mountains with him because that's what he had me every other weekend. Well, he had us every other weekend, and he would take us up the mountains. But then when they moved away, they moved back down to Philly because my grandfather was getting sick and they wanted to be close to a hospital. So after that happened, I barely see my father. It was like once a year he would take me fishing out on his boat during the summer, maybe twice a year if I was lucky. But no, my dad wasn't around, dude. I was raised on the streets by myself.
Yeah.
And my mother was there, but
Man,
trying to raise three boys,
for anyone with a dad, like that's like hell. That I can't even like. If I didn't have a dad, I don't know. I wouldn't have. No, I would have been. I would have been so angry. I would have felt. I can imagine what you went through. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Because you know how important a father is to us. I mean, oh my God. Was your mom communicative? Like, could you talk to her about anything?
I mean, when she was around, yeah, but she wasn't around most of the time.
Oh, because she was always at work.
Right, right.
Oh.
When she wasn't working, she was straightening up the house or doing this or that, Yeah, I mean, there
See,
wasn't.
that's why this world disturbs me, because like all the people that have suffered like what you went through is
Okay.
common. Like a lot of people all through history, and to think what life was like 200 years ago, it's like really harsh.
Right. Yeah.
And oh my God, why is it this? Why doesn't God help everyone and get us?
He gives us free will, dude.
Yeah, but how
Yeah.
can we have free will if we're in a hell?
We're not in hell, dude. Life's what you make it.
No, I think it really is. We're outside of God. We're in a.
Dude, I think
we're
if
in a lower.
it was hell, I think if we were in hell right now, I mean, this is going to
It's
get
a
out.
life-
But you would be having things shoved in your orifices. I
No,
think you're
no.
in hell right now. Yeah, hell is torment, and it's forever, dude, and it doesn't stop.
That doesn't make sense. I don't get that. I don't think God would allow that, and I don't think God even wants.
Listen, God didn't make hell for us. God made hell for the fallen angels. He didn't make it for us, dude.
That is not the New Testament God. To me, that's the Old Testament. That's the demiurge, that wants everyone to suffer. The jealous God. I think God.
I don't think he wants everybody to
No,
suffer, but he don't want everybody to suffer. He don't want one of his children to go into the lake of fire.
see, I think everyone is God's children. I don't believe in like, oh, some are okay and the others I don't care about. That's
Well, the reason why they go into the lake of fire is because they did not believe the Father's teachings. They believed the lie.
that makes no sense. No sense at all. That's not logical. That's not.
In the Bible, prelim, it's written, my life.
Right. That was
the lack of knowledge.
Yeah, the Romans altered the Bible.
Well, yeah, but his message is still there. His message is still there.
Well, what does your heart say? That's what it boils down to. I mean, do you think God wants, even the most worst criminal or nobody deserves torment. Okay, if anything, they need a correction center where they can relearn how life works.
Listen, there's people right now that
yeah, but wait, God has the power. God has the power to change anyone. Nobody.
I agree.
Nobody has to be evil.
Hey guys, let me read what Susie wrote, and this may help you guys in between what you're talking about. I think to a degree we are in our tolerated hell, as our past can torment us as we grow wiser. Do we reap what we sow here? People don't enter heaven if they're already in it. So that kind of goes by what you guys are talking about. I mean, did we mess up in a past life or in our last life before I died and came here? Was I that big of an asshole that I have to reap what? I mean, down the line, I'm not sure what she's talking about as far as did we go through do we have past lives that we have to answer for? I do want to get to, I'm going to let you guys respond to that, and then I want to get to Crunchy B. I've been wanting to talk to him for a second, so go ahead and respond to that.
Okay, Rick, go ahead.
I mean, I kind of see where she's coming from, and I mean, I don't believe that this earth here could be anywhere near heaven, no matter how good you have it here.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
And
Even-
there's no way in the
Yeah.
same on the same aspect, there's no way we are in hell right now. There's no way.
It's somewhere between now. We're in the outer.
I don't believe we're in
Purgatory.
either. No, purgatory is for lost souls, dude. And in my belief, I am not lost.
Wait, what does the Bible say about earth?
But if you're
it's right between. It's 50% bad and 50% good. It's right between. We're right in between all the light and the dark.
Okay, and that's where you
but
think
could
we're at right now.
could sinners be part of purgatory? I mean, you say you're not a lost soul, but sinners could be a lost soul, right? I mean, I'm a sinner. I could have died and ended up in
Well, just
because I was lost before I was able to really accept and find Christ.
Pat, just because you sin doesn't mean you're not saved. Because everybody
No, because Jesus Christ died for my sins.
Right. What I'm saying is, just because you sin doesn't mean you're not saved. You're not saved. It doesn't mean that. You can be saved and still be a sinner because Jesus Christ died for your sins. You understand? And that doesn't allow you in the Bible too. It's also that doesn't allow you to get into heaven. That's a second chance to get into heaven. He died so that we may enter into heaven. Not that we are going to enter into heaven, but that we might be able to enter into heaven. You understand?
Yeah.
To keep humble, to not assume. Like I hate when people claim that they are saved, because that is not humbleness.
Sure. To get saved, in order to get saved, you have to be humble. But after you're saved, it's not like I walk around saying I'm saved. No, I walk around saying I'm a dirty, wretched rag. I'm nothing but a fool in God.
But I don't go around saying, "Oh, I'm saved."
No, I don't.
That would be boasting, Right. We can't, we have to work it out with God. But what I'm saying too is that when we see with the help of God, in others, we don't assume that they're not saved either, even if they're living in sin or if whatever they're going. Because God may have a purpose for them, and it might be, thousands of years from now or 100 years from now. And reincarnation might even be part of the puzzle. But the Bible doesn't talk about that. There's a lot of stuff left to mystery. So we can't really assume too much about what God's going to do with any person. That I don't think everyone is totally wrong. But the warning is so that we don't think, we can just go do whatever we want. Warning is so that we do, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. And so we have to keep that in mind so that we resist all temptation and whatever, and be unselfish be thoughtful of others, not be not be a materialistic person or
a prelim. I'm going to read a little bit of the chat. Martha Royal Magnolia says, we are indirect creations. This place is something we must transcend in order to dwell with God. Patrick, our new timeline prelim, and Rick. Before we go any further in the discussion, I want to talk to Crunchy B. Now, Crunchy B, I believe it was the last stream I did. He asked me about where I got the Sagittarius hat from. Now, what I was thinking about doing is Crunchy Bee. What I'm going to do is I bought a few of these, and what I'm going to do is anybody, now I paid $8 for this, and you'll get it brand new. Anybody that donates whatever amount to me will get one of these, and if you want me to sign it, I will sign it. Patrick Roberts, our new timeline. So you'll get a Sagittarius hat, and the ones who, now to be fair, the ones who already donated to me, they obviously didn't have that option. If whoever donated to me before wants one of them hats, let me know and I'll get one for you, just to be fair about it. So I just wanted to put that out there. So Crunchy Bee, if you want one of these babies, the Sagittarius flag hat, there you go. But I got all the ones that were there at the store. So
How many were there?
huh?
How many did they have?
They had 4 of them there, but I know where I can get more if I need to. So so it depends on how many people already donated to me. I got places where I can go to get more if I need to.
Right.
Cool.
But what
Okay.
now?
That's great. Everybody buy a Sagittarius hat.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of neat, and I thought, I mean, I was happy to find it because I've always, I'm one of the biggest patriots, or used to be one of the biggest patriots. Now I don't really draw the line in the sand with countries. I said this all yesterday. I love everyone in a different country just as much as I love my own countrymen. So, but I was just really happy to see. Anytime I see my old flag in a movie or something like the one that the kids just did a couple years ago, on Netflix. I can't remember the name of it, but the sheriff of that show, it's a series, and it's about time travel and all that.
Oh wow! What's it called?
It's with the kids, the kids that it's actually a true story. It has to do with mind control and all that.
Oh man,
Wait, are you talking about the
Wait.
Witch Mountain?
The what?
Witch Mountain, the Journey to Witch Mountain, or something like that?
No.
What?
No, this ain't a movie. It's
What's the movie you're talking about?
What?
Is it a series or what is it?
Yeah, it's a series on Netflix. I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Oh,
If Ashley was still here, she would know what I'm talking about.
irrationally, come back.
It has a few. It has like 5 or 6 kids in it, and the girl is controlled by
Yeah, I know what you're
yeah.
talking about now.
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
Yeah,
I-
Stranger
I-
Things.
I saw the first 4 episodes. I got to rewatch the whole thing.
Oh, it's really good. And the sheriff in there has the Sagittarius flag on his uniform.
That's a trip.
So I enjoy anytime I see my old flag, and when I seen the option to get it, I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna buy it." I couldn't buy it at the time I seen it, but I did go back and get it. But
Yeah, I'm prompted to watch that whole thing because it's already like, I think it ended, but it went like 36 episodes or something.
mhm.
Right. Yeah, I know it's long. I like. I had the chance to watch it. My son and my wife watched it, but I never got into
And
it.
also, I think most people who are Mandela affected can appreciate the old flag. And I just thought, I want to be able to give a little something back if people donate, because I really just hate
I'm
accepting,
I
people.
want one of those hats. Right now I'm unemployed, so I'm kind of pathetic.
I'll send you one. I'll send you one prelim.
No, I think I might have a job. I might be working for the multi delivery service that delivers for all restaurants in town. It's called Mog. It's called. Well, anyway, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah. So I keep which way do we go here? Keep losing myself in the stream here.
Sorry,
But yeah, no, I mean, we do. I do enjoy most of the Mandela effects that happen. I mean, not that I enjoy them, but I enjoy seeing the residue, is what I should say.
if I get a hat, I'll wear it in my live stream.
There you go. Yeah, you have to send me your address, prelim.
Okay.
You can send it to me in Messenger.
Right.
But it's I don't know. That's just the way I feel. Whenever I see residue, I really enjoy seeing stuff from our old reality, and it gives me something to talk about. It's like when you're trying to show people that reality changes.
Yeah.
I like to show them the flag or tell them about JFK.
Because it always had the red right under the blue,
Right, and
now it's all white. I mean, it's the white stripe,
yeah,
and the stars. In where I was, the stars were directly vertical and horizontal, but now they're all diagonal. But that's where I was, and a lot of people don't agree with that one.
Well, that's just a perception on how you see it. The stars
No.
have changed.
No. Now they are diagonal. The stars are diagonal, and where I was, the 50 stars were completely in vertical rows and horizontal row. There were no. It wasn't diagonal like they are. Look at the stars right now. They move in diagonal rows.
Look at Susie says there's one thing I'll never ever let myself buy, and that's lies. And I thought it was really funny because as I scrolled down, Chappelle says, Susie, I will if they're on sale. I thought that was funny. Residue also kind of makes me feel depressed, like homesick. Yeah, a little bit, but
I don't even buy into the residue thing. Like, to me, if there's any residue here, it's kind of part of the matrix. It isn't part of our home Earth. It's kind of like we're crossed over, but we're not. Because I talked to one guy, I'm not going to say their name, and they said no, we're still on the same Earth, but the old Earth is just being
right.
changed.
But that's one guy's opinion. I mean, there's so many opinions out there on what can happen, and I know that we're all just saying our opinion because that's all we can say. Nobody knows the truth of what is really going on. All we can do is tell people that we are witnessing what's going on, and I try to let everybody else know in on it so they can witness what's going on. But obviously we have a hard time waking people up to the changes. So
well, that's the thing, is maybe they can't be woken because
I don't think it can be. I think it's all in time. You know, God is the one that wakes people up, not us. I mean, don't get me wrong, we may influence a couple people.
No, but they might be fake. They might not even be aware. Or I mean, they might not be the people we knew back on Sagittarius. They might be aliens.
Yeah, well, they could be. But
Martha says people living in the low frequency still see 4 people in the car for Kennedy while they eat Jiffy and read the Bernstein Bears books. We see the changes in real time because our frequency is so high. I wonder if there's any way to get it higher. How are we are we hiring our frequency, and how can I get it higher? I don't.
Yeah, no.
Now
I want to bring up Nachiketa because he talks about meditation, and same way. There's several channels all talking a lot about raising your frequency, and I think we have a lot to learn from them, including, even those who are just like talking about it and not sure what to make of it.
I heard a long time ago, right around the time that I was affected, that and that was 2016. But I heard a long time ago that that Earth has been destroyed, and we're all dead, and that the Earth is slowly but surely rolling up on itself, like it's going to just explode, and but it's doing it slowly in kind of microwave waves. I mean, I don't believe in that concept, but I thought I'd put it out there because there are a lot of beliefs out there, a lot of different opinions. Even Doc Michael in chat says he's got an opinion too. You're more than welcome to come on, Doc, by the way, if you want to tell us your opinion. But I mean, right? Everybody's got their own thoughts. Everybody's got their own opinion.
Yeah,
everybody's got their own reality.
Well, SMQ, he stopped doing videos, but he has he has like a separate website now. I haven't heard his podcasts lately, but he was always saying like we died in 2012. And we're kind of in.
2012 didn't even actually happen, right? That day.
What?
Yeah.
It wasn't actually December 26, 2012. That date's already passed, though, because of the days in the year and everything.
Yeah, I mean, time doesn't even, in the spirit world, where it isn't about numbers. I think it's more about spiritually where you're at, which is different for each individual. So I don't think anyone is on the same exact timeline. We're all in our own timeline in relation to the omniscient. And so I don't obsess over numbers or years or any of that.
Right.
I mean, look at the debate last night. Wasn't that? I mean, these guys look like kids up there arguing and fighting. They didn't look professional at all. And I'm like, where in the hell?
Like for the guy that wasn't being questioned, like either side, they should have alternated the mics, turn it off so that there would be no interruption.
Right.
I mean, I don't
get that though. It's world to stage.
I just sometimes wonder when I see this, I'm like, this is so.
That was really a shame. That was shameful. I hated that debate.
But look at the mentality of these higher ups who are supposed to be in charge.
I know. That's
and when stuff like that happens, I constantly ask myself, where in the hell am I?
I know. It's that would never happen back in Sagittarius. I think Trump wasn't even elected back in Sagittarius, and we came to the version where he was.
Right. Well, when he was elected, it was 2016 is when I got here, so that's when the election was going on. By the time it was 2016 in December, so he was elected president, but did not take the seat yet. So I mean, and I felt like, like when I said when this first started going on with my kidney failure, and the EMTs and the police were asking me questions, like to see how messed up I was. They asked me what month it was, and he was in my house.
Wow.
And the cop stood right in front of the Christmas tree, so I went and see the Christmas tree. But I obviously seen it, and I still didn't know what month it was.
Wow.
But they asked me like who was president. I mean, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, I could have fucked that up either way, because Trump had just come in, but he wasn't actually sitting president yet. So, I just find,
What did you answer?
Yeah.
Do you know?
No, I said Obama.
Oh.
And then I said I was no.
I thought Sanders was going to win in 2016.
I believe I got that question right. To tell you the truth, I don't remember. I think I do remember them asking me the question again when they brought me out of the coma, and I still answer. That time I know I answered Obama, and then I got cocky and I said not for long. So I mean, I was back to not being messed up in the head. Whatever happened. Well, I was told what happens when your kidneys fail. All the stuff that you're not bypassing out eventually goes up to your brain, and I'm so surprised because I was gone. I literally did not know.
Something. Yeah. See, that was God. You died, and yet God put you here.
Yeah, it's like this. When I got brought into the hospital, and I didn't know what was going to. After she gave me the shot of when they thought I overdosed on I was taking medication for my back pain and stuff. They thought I overdosed on that, and I actually remember telling them, no, I didn't. I know I didn't take too many of them, and they shot me up with Narcan. As soon as they shot me up with Narcan, I was gone. I was totally gone. I didn't know. So that must have been enough chemicals right there to shoot everything up into my brain or what. I don't know how it happened, but I remember totally losing consciousness. But then when they brought me to the second hospital and they started incubating me, I came to. I was like, I mean, I knew everything. I knew what was going on. I just wasn't able to talk to people, obviously. But like I was telling Prelim earlier, I was feeling just fine. I didn't feel my limbs or anything, but I felt like I was going to be okay. I didn't have any worries in the world. So how do you go from losing your mind? And I know I wasn't capable of even talking that night. I mean, I was literally gone. I couldn't carry a conversation on with anybody, not knowing. I mean, they had literally had to tie my hands to my bed because I was flopping all over and I didn't know where I was, and I had completely lost it.
Yeah.
And the nurses got so scared because they couldn't get blood on me, they couldn't get urine on me, so it was taking forever for them to find out what was going on with me. And during this process, I was calling them every name in the book. I don't remember any of this. They were ready to throw my ass in jail, to call the police and throw my ass in jail And there I would have definitely died, obviously.
Yeah.
But when the second doctor, the night shift doctor, got on, they finally took blood out of my jugular, the main vein.
Oh,
And then that's how they found out that my kidneys were failing. So then
there's 4 jugulars now.
what?
There's 4 jugular veins now. There used to be 2, like left and right, and now there's 4.
we have
Oh,
two
really?
side.
There's 4 jugular veins now
What, 2 on each
in
side?
your neck. In your neck.
So 2 on each side.
Yeah,
Wow, I didn't know.
that's
So,
a Mandela effect.
so I don't remember where I was at. What was I
They
saying?
took the blood out of your jugular.
Okay, yeah, and that's how they found out that I was. That's how they found out that I was. My kidneys were failing,
Right.
and because my creatines were at a 15, and normally they start dialysis at a 5, so I was completely gone. So how do you go from there to 45 minutes later in another hospital where I'm being incubated to being completely coherent to everything going on? I knew everything that was going on.
That's a quantum change, man.
Yeah, I mean something happened. I just don't know. I don't know what, but I know something happened.
Quantum Leap. Remember the show Quantum Leap?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember it.
It popped into my head.
I haven't watched it in a really long time. I remember the show.
With Sam. Sam was the guy that beamed him in and out of places, right? Or was
yeah.
he the guy?
You remember What the Bleep? That was my introduction to quantum physics. Like I didn't know anything about quantum until I saw What the Bleep.
Ziggy. Yeah, Ziggy. That was a good show. I like any time travel kind of thing, but
You know,
could you I mean maybe something like that does happen, like it's obviously, I don't know. I know something happened.
well,
It's like,
I
do we have
we used
bodies
to-
on different Earths?
Orion-
Are there different Earths?
do you remember Orion being a faraway place in space? Like
Yeah,
I distinctly remember, like Orion was nowhere near
right.
Earth.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. I
and
remember learning in
I
school.
woke up in February 2016, and suddenly I'm in Orion. What the heck? That is insane.
I sometimes think, I'm like, how do we know we're in Orion? I mean, I've asked people who may be from here. I try to ask people, where are we at? And they're like, what do you mean, where are we at? Like, the solar system, where are we in the solar
Yeah.
system? And everybody looks at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, like,
Well, what do you
they
mean?
never
I
even.
don't know.
Yeah, they never even studied. Like they have no
How
interest
would I know that?
in space, or they never. No, you're right, Patrick, because they don't. The people here like have no interest in galaxy or the Milky Way
Yeah,
I've not yet met anyone who is not affected who has any interest in like it was never a subject to them. So you can't. So you
Yeah.
can't even talk.
can't
Like,
get-
talked out.
Yeah.
Like, they never studied it. They never learned about it. It isn't, and they don't want you to even bring it up. They get all pissy.
And it's not a thing now. Space. It's not a
Right. Space is like irrelevant.
right.
You know, yeah, it's not because we were all very enthusiastic back in like space.
That's all the
was
program.
cool. Like, oh wow, you know, it was huge.
Star Wars and Star Trek
It
and
was like the most interesting.
Galactica.
Right, Rick. It was like totally interesting, and everybody was interested. And now it's like you can't. It's not like it isn't a subject. For that matter, music and art and
Art. gone.
Anything with anything that involves imagination or intellect or philosophy, all the great philosopher, like I can't. I know I'm not among the same kind of humans because people don't think the same. Not the same language, not the same interests.
Sorry, I'm just reading chat here.
World
Dark
is going to hell in a handbasket.
What?
The world is going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah. Martha says the Sagittarius or Orion change proves space is water, and they just lie about everything. Yeah, that's a big one. I haven't dived into that yet.
I don't get the water. I'm not part of the flat Earth.
I don't. Is that part of the flat Earth type thing?
Yeah, the flat Earth believe space is water.
Well,
I didn't know
that's
that.
what the Bible says too. That he made a firmament to
It's
suffer
symbolic
from
as far
above
as
below. If you look at the stars, if you look at these stars that they're photographing today, it looks like they're underwater. And if you can't see that, I don't see what you're looking at.
Wait, what pictures are you talking about?
No, I don't go along with the firmament being water. No,
firmament's not water. The firmament's not water. The firmament, we don't know what the firmament is, but it's like, a lot of people think it's like a glass dome, like a glass rock. It's made out of glass or some type of stone, see-through stone, like a crystal or something like that. But they don't believe, they just believe there's water up above that. That's all.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, maybe
flood. How would you explain the flood?
Stars are sound in water. See, that's all new to me. I mean, I haven't gotten into any of that.
Frequency, yeah.
I can't imagine all of outer space being,
like all of it up there is all water. No, there's a water line, and above that, I think would be heaven.
Well, all right. I can see that as a possibility, like a layer of. Maybe it's I think
we've all got so much waking up yet to do. We're not even close. I don't think
we don't know enough, and it isn't even available. We can't. We have. That's why we live in faith, because a lot of things are not scientifically available.
Mm.
And I respect. I mean, I don't.
Firmament. There's encyclopedias that have stuff on the firmament. On the firmament.
I was brought up to believe NASA was for real, at least back on the old Earth. I could never accept that was all fake, elaborate hoax.
There's still people that think that's real, but
I do. I think it was. There were 6 manned missions plus 2 covert missions that they didn't even reveal to the public.
Yeah, I don't think it's real at all. I think they faked it. I don't think there's any way to get to the moon.
Oh, that would suck. That would be so horrible. Like, to me, I can't fathom that. I would really, if it was fake, I would be so mad.
What, moon landing?
Yeah.
The moon landing was fake, dude.
No, I don't agree. No.
You believe it?
It was real for sure.
Oh,
they went.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, they went, man. No way did they fake.
Listen, this is like a thing that I say to a lot of people, all right, about the moon. Like all the pictures that they took supposedly of the moon.
Yeah.
Right? Now, there's 2 points I'm going to lay down on this, right? The one is they said that they took there's so many pictures of the moon, right? that they would have to take a picture like every 20 seconds. I forget what the exact thing was, but it was under a half a minute. And with the cameras that they had, that's like virtually impossible because you have to set the cameras up back then, you have to focus it, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not even going to get into that. This is what I really want to get into. You can read a book down here on Earth in moonlight, okay? How bright do you think that moon is? If you're standing on it, you're not going to see that brightness. It's going to be so bright where you're standing, even on the moon, you're not going to be seeing nothing but light. That's all you're going to see.
Have you guys seen any YouTube videos of people they're out at night and they have their cameras and they really get a nice good zoom in on the stars? Have you guys seen what they look like? I mean, they look really awesome. I mean, I'm getting like a couple people in chat are saying that they're like, this is what stars. Now, Martha put this is what stars. She put a link to see what stars look like underwater. Stars drops. Hold on. Stars. Chappelle says are drops of vibrating water. Now, if you look, it kind of makes sense. If you look at these YouTube videos and they're showing the stars, and they're getting a real good zoom on them, they're like all over the place. They're different colors.
They're wavy, yeah, and they change colors, yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
I think
real star. That is a real star, and that you're looking at that star, I believe, through water. Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crunchy B says most are out of focus. I have a P900. So Crunchy B, what you look at them personally? What do you see? What do they look like to you? I've seen YouTube videos of them. I've never actually had my own camera.
No, yeah.
To be able to do it.
I've never seen that.
Matt Hyman says stars are souls in the heaven above. You want to come on, Matt Pyman? Stars are souls in the heavens above.
Hi, man. Do you remember, you guys, when in 2016 suddenly there was the North Star?
There's always been the North Star. I remember the North Star starting to rotate.
Yeah. Something happened like 2016. Like suddenly the North Star was brighter, and it was like it was more. It stood out more. It wasn't that prominent before.
Now, I remember it always being prominent. It's the North Star. It's what you follow. But
it was like suddenly a huge thing.
I do know they say that the North Star is stationary. Now, they've seen on Brian Staveley's channel that he shows a time lapse of the stars and the North Star.
No, but remember on the news?
Can I finish reading, please? The North Star is rotating at the circle. And the time lapse, it's a circle. It's no longer stationary. It is moving. Going around a little circle, like all the other stars go around in a circle. All right, I'm done. You can finish, Freeland.
Okay. On the news. No, this was a real thing. On the news, world news, like suddenly the North Star was brighter, and it was like closer. And this, I mean, commercial mainstream news wouldn't bring up something like that. And a lot of people said, well, that was biblical. Like suddenly the return of the North Star. It was a huge headline. You guys don't remember that?
No. Welcome, Man Pyman. What was that again, Prelim?
It's about the North Star. I'll try to find a link.
No, what? Go ahead and say it again. I just missed it because I was
2016, like the return of the North Star. That it was a big mainstream news thing for science.
No, I don't remember that.
That freaks me out. Does anybody? Oh my god! I hope I'm not alone on this.
I don't really have
I
any
remember
idea.
that very.
Hey, Matt Hyman,
clear.
welcome.
What's up, man?
That was a
Rick,
big thing.
prelim. I didn't know the North Star ever left, mate. Never heard of
Yeah, I never. Yeah, as far as I'm aware,
Wow.
it was always.
No, it was like a return because it was gone. It was.
No, I don't remember it being gone.
No, it suddenly it was like a return. It's like the North Star. It was on the news.
For something
Holy.
to turn, it has to be.
Welcome, Crunchy B.
Right?
What's up?
And I don't remember anything ever being missing. Well, the only thing that I seen missing.
Not missing, but it was like the same. It was like the same kind of light as other stars, and then suddenly it became bright again.
The only thing
Okay.
I'm seeing about the stars is
We
the
got Matt.
stars missing.
We got Matt
So because-
Hyman and Crunchy B in the chat now.
I'm gonna find it.
Welcome,
Wait, I gotta go
B.
find it. I
it.
hope it still exists.
And so what do you have to say, Crunchy?
I have some recently learned information that you guys might not know. At the equator, you can see the North and South Pole stars. Yeah, you can see both stars at the equator, the North and South Pole stars. But what's even crazier is the ones that rotate around the North Star go a different direction than the ones that rotate around the South Star. So, I mean, that doesn't prove that it's flat, but it proves we're not moving and the sky is moving in the stars are moving in two different directions.
Right.
That's
Mhm.
that's what ball believers use as their argument to prove that we must live on a globe because the star
Right.
trails are going in different directions in each hemisphere.
But
it doesn't necessarily have to be a
if you were at the
globe for that to
equator,
happen.
though,
Yeah.
they should go the same direction, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
You would
Well,
think. You would think.
I think there's more
I
to
mean,
it than what we understand.
I never seen that before. I mean, yeah, if we're moving,
We don't.
and you're at the equator, it seems like they would all go the same direction.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. It's.
Well,
I
that makes
saw
sense.
that recently, and I thought that was. It lines up a lot with what I've learned about magnetics recently. How, we have a north and south magnetic pole, and
If you look
I
at the AE flat Earth map, the equator is in the halfway. It actually dissects the inner circle of the Earth and the outer circle of the Earth. So you've got your north center, being magnetic, and then the outer circle you got the Antarctica, or the circle around us on the outer edge.
there's a kind of magnet.
That'd be a polarity. You know what I mean? An opposition.
Yeah, there's a kind of magnet that is a like circle. It's like a tube,
Yeah.
and the outer is the south, and the inner is the north. And that, I don't know if it answers any questions or raises more, but
Guys, it's gone. The 2016 North Star video in the reality, the timeline I was in, this was huge news. It's gone. I just looked it up. I can't find it.
How long was it dim for? Prelim?
It was there for. I mean, it was there at least like 2 years ago. It was still there.
I'm sorry, I gotta laugh.
I mean,
No,
where I was,
Yeah.
it's
I'm just
gone.
interested for how long it's gone.
It's never been. Well, I
No,
can't.
it was no. Where
I'm not going to do that.
No, I'm telling you, it was approaching. The weird thing about it is that it loomed in closer, and that's why it made the headlines, because it was like a freakish thing. They were saying the North.
Listen, Prelim. When you first started this, when you
Oh
first,
my God, that was a rapture. You guys. I think that was the rapture or something. I don't. It's
Listen,
gone.
when you first started this,
Hold on, Rick. Let him finish first.
I'm just telling you, I can't find. I'm still looking. I'll be right back.
see,
Okay, Rick, go ahead.
now all I was going to say is when he first started this saying, like, the story, he mentioned it as being on TV, that as being on the news, and I can't, like, right there, as soon as he said news, why does he believe this? If it was on the mainstream news, and then he even went and he said, "Oh, if the mainstream news brought this."
Well, I mean, we are. If anybody would understand it disappearing, it would be us. I mean, we are Mandela affected, so
Yeah, no, I
they
know,
can.
but I can't see why he would brought into it.
No, I was in a different. I know. I remember because I saw many articles on it. It was a huge headline. It was like the Bethlehem or the North Star, like appearing.
So
I can't believe none of you remember that. It was you wouldn't forget it. It was big. It was like what?
oh shit.
You even like the
Crunchy.
this was
Crunchy burger.
It's lost Crunchy Billy.
I did that.
this
I was trying to type and I knocked Crunchy out. Crunchy, you coming back in? Hold on. Sorry about that.
I can't bring it up if none of you know what I'm talking about. Weird, so weird. I'm just saying,
I
yeah,
believe you.
it was the.
I believe you. They tell us lots of things
Oh, I
about space.
It's gone. It's freaking gone. I can't believe I
But I don't believe anything they tell me about space. Nothing at all.
Right.
Oh man, I'm
There's lots
talking
of
to a
stories.
bunch.
Man, those days are gone.
What did you say, Prelin? I'm talking to what?
I'm talking to flat earthers. That freaks me out too. I'm a round Earth person.
Well,
That's why you believe in
I'm
moon landing.
I'm in between. I'm still learning about flat Earth and all this stuff. I mean, I'm coming to the conclusion that not only am I listening to other people who are explaining this flat Earth, but we've been lied to all our lives about everything else. Why not be lied to about the round Earth too?
I don't.
Where it's smart.
Where the hell? Okay, where's the edge?
With it all
I don't
starts
see any edge.
with programming that we live on a
Hold
ball.
on.
How come science isn't showing any evidence?
Science is a lie, dude.
Hold on.
What
We have today is a lie, just like the medical field is a lie.
No, it isn't. You're delusional. No, you're going too far. You're totally out of your rocker.
I'm not delusional.
I will say this.
There is, man.
Rick, I will. The only thing I will say about the medical is since COVID has happened, I don't have as much trust in the medical field as I did before. So I'm not going to say that it's all a lie, the medical field, like you are, Rick, but I will say that I do not trust. I don't trust them like I used to. I totally look at them a different way now.
They're not interested in health, man.
Now you're going to be quiet?
Oh, me?
Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say.
I'm not putting you guys down. I'm standing by the round Earth. I'm not going to fall for your flat Earth.
You can by your ball.
Let me say this about flat Earth. I think it can be round and flat at the same time. I think
Wow.
perceived as round.
Multi-dimensional. You're right. It's
Yeah.
beyond. It's beyond
Remember,
3D.
use this trick every time to help you find.
What the fuck is that?
He's listening to
I got one thing to say. Ooh, it's fucking flat.
It's just.
I think
it's just- I'm not. Well, okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You're seeing something. I'm not. I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
maybe, yeah, probably. I think
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead, Crunch.
I think our reality, our matter is molded in a way. It's an illusion. It's a hologram almost. I believe that we're in some kind of hologram.
Right,
And,
therefore, reality isn't real in the way
Yeah,
that we ought to believe.
This is my point on
Hold on. Let Crunchy finish what he was saying.
Oh, I thought he was done.
No, I think it's like a magnetic hologram. It's there's a lot of secrets in magnets that I've learned. I was never taught. Like I was never taught the stars go in two different directions at the equator, and when I look at that, I see a magnetic field. I recently have had a magnetic field shown to me on this thing this guy made, and it uses ferromagnetic fluid, and he puts a magnet under it, and you can see the magnetic field has two different poles, and they go in different directions. They make a vortex.
Right.
And so it's like we're like right in the middle of this vortex where it's like the eye of a hurricane almost, where it seems still, like we're sitting still.
Mm-hmm.
But everything around us is creating this magnetic friction. It's like contactless friction, like magnetic braking in maglev trains. Like they break, but they don't touch, you know.
Right.
So it's I think that's what creates all the energy here that forms everything. When I looked at the magnetic field, I saw the face of an owl. There's the two eyes. If you look at it, like even because mostly I had just seen like cartoon pictures of it, you know, of our Earth, and we got the two oval shaped things that go around it and make a toroid.
Right.
And but when I actually seen this, I can see, if I could show you the pictures, you'd get it more better than I can explain it. But yeah, it looks like the face of an owl. And there's also the lotus flower. It's like all sacred geometry and magnetics. It's a lot that they kept from us, you know.
Right. And yeah, and I learned this a little bit after I was Mandela affected, how different companies have their logo inside of a two circles connecting, and that's some sort of geometry towards
It makes the Vesica Pisces is what it does. The two circles where they combine is the Vesica Pisces, and that a lot of them look at the Vesica Pisces as, you know, the woman's vagina, because that's how it's kind of shaped. But
yeah, also the go ahead.
No, never mind.
I was just gonna say before I lost the thought that the Vesica Pisces and the figure eight, its magnetic field makes a hyperboloid, like inside the toroid. Okay. So it's like a magnetic flux, just constant, and then it makes me think about if you die and you get caught up in that current, you could be brought back around and basically make a full circle. But I don't believe in reincarnation. I believe this is our test But it's a nice thought, I think, instead of I don't know, eternity in hell or something. You know, if you don't make it to heaven, an
Right.
eternity in hell, I'd at least like another try. You know,
Yeah, second chance. Yeah.
I mean,
and
we really
Algo says, "Don't go towards the light that brings you back
you
here."
know, we don't know what happens. We
No.
don't know, you know, if you know, like the Bible does say, you know, that hell wasn't made for his children. So, you know, that could be all just, you know, you better fall in line or you're going to spend eternity in hell. You know what I mean? Like, we really don't know. Not that I don't believe in hell, you know, I certainly believe in hell.
Well, one of the biggest questions that we've been talking about for some time now is the Mandela effect and where we think we are. I mean, this is a thing is that I've been saying this for I don't know a little while now in my last few shows, that everybody is talking about the past Mandela effects that are happening now. I mean, they're going to keep happening, and they I want to try to figure out why this is happening. And I know that this is a very difficult question. And but this bugs me more than anything, and I'm sure it does you guys too, that we're not able to get to the truth of what is really happening. And I think we are close. I really do feel like we're close. I just
Okay, I want to interject. I think it's different for each person, but when you take that next step, whatever that you've not been able to do that you know you should be doing, it, like maybe constantly you're trying and you're spinning in a vicious circle. When you make that step, then I don't want to assume what happens then, but that makes all the difference. It's whatever that thing is blocking you, and it's different for each person. So only you know what that is. So you have to do that. That's what I wanted to say. That's all.
Freeland, on your ball Earth, right? How do you explain some of these long distance photos?
I don't see them. I don't know what you're talking about.
I can like direct you to some long distance photos that are impossible on a ball Earth.
what do you mean by long distance photos, Rick? Long distance photos of what?
Photographs of like a building or a bridge that miles away that should be hidden under thousands of feet of curvature. That's what I'm talking.
It's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared.
Square,
Right?
yeah. 8 inches per mile per square on according to how big this ball Earth is. That's what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
So for like I think it's like what? Just for like 8 miles, I think it's something like 6 foot or something like that. I don't know. I have the curvature map in my phone, but I don't know it offhand. But I know that they have just for one, the Joshua Nowicki photograph there. He photographs what is it, Chicago skyline from across the lake where it should be hidden. And what makes it even so fucking stupid is why they put that thing on mainstream media. Like they made that photograph.
No, Rick, I would be impressed if I saw the edge.
How do we know? We don't even know if there is an edge, dude.
Yeah, because we can't go far enough. They won't let us.
Yeah,
right.
I would be surprised if I seen a picture of the ball from outer space.
Okay, then a video of where a person's going as far as they can, and they're blocked by something. Then I want to see that.
Well, I can guide you to the 1958 encyclopedia where it explains experiment.
It's gotta be. I have to
Why
see. I'm a visual person. I need to
Okay,
see
but
visual. Visual.
Why
Hey,
aren't
prelim.
allowed in the Arctic? Why ain't we allowed there? What's with all the treaties that all the countries have?
Well,
And we go there to see it ourselves. We're not allowed to go there to
Right. I
experience.
want to see a video of that not being allowed. At least that they attempted and like they filmed like as they were going as far as they could, and then they ran into whatever that thing is.
I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure
No,
they're.
there's none. There's not.
All right, no, listen. We're not allowed to go to it. Prelim. You
Right. I know.
So
Yes, I heard the I
Hold
heard
on,
the
guys.
explanation.
One at a time. One at a time, guys.
How can we get a video of it if we can't go there and see it for ourselves? They won't let us. How can that be
Well,
possible?
that's but you didn't hear what I said. I said an attempt. I want to see a video of someone attempting to at least
For what?
You'd be
to
killed.
to reach it, so that we know that there's.
They won't. They wouldn't be
Yeah,
allowed
but
to.
you don't. You missed my point. So that we would know there is something blocking.
I'm not sure I quite understand.
So-
Like,
How about-
hold on, hold on,
Alright,
guys.
So the person attempting to get
Look up
as far as they can.
Look up
Hey.
Operation Paperclip, Fishbowl, okay, where we sent nuclear warheads up to the glass ceiling that's above us to break through it. All right, that was government. That's visual. Go look at that. Okay.
It was Operation High Jump. High Jump.
Hey, prelim. Why do you think the UN uses a flat Earth map as their symbol?
Because it's
Yeah,
flat.
nations do,
Ooh, it's
I-
fucking.
They're
really-
Hold on, guys.
they're
Let
hiding
prelim.
something from it.
Hold on, guys. Let
Yeah.
prelim answer.
But
That is very weird.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
So
That's
They
totally
put it
weird.
right in our faces. They put it right in our faces.
Right. And how come
Well-
here? I never seen
Okay.
ever.
I think it's because of what you said earlier. It's like it is both and neither, and it's more. There is
Yeah, it's all
multi-dimensional layer.
illusion, really.
Right, illusion, hologram. It's really because first of all, we're spiritual beings, and we. I kind of think many of us came here against our will, and I think it wouldn't be a mysterious world in the first place because life should not be chaotic and depressing and
yeah, man makes it that way. though.
wars and all that. Like where
Man-
people have to
man-
guess what is real. I mean, come on. Do you think that we willingly came here? I don't.
No,
I
I
think
well,
wouldn't.
we could
I was-
be in
I
some
was
sort of training
here.
simulation.
We've been sent here for a reason, man.
We were in the spirit world and we were traveling along, and then something pulled us in. I had a prophetic dream about this.
I
Now,
believe-
Seth,
Pulled us in, a deity, a demiurge, whatever. We didn't
So,
come here
there's-
of our own free will. We were
no,
We're
no,
here for
we
a
were
reason.
pulled like a
We're
tractor.
here
into
for a
this.
reason. We may have not came here. Some of us may have been forced here, but we're here for a reason, Prelim.
No, I think the demiurge explanation makes sense.
first off, prelim, where were we before? Okay, you're saying we're in the heavenlies, and then we're brought here. You're saying against our free will. Where's here to Earth? You mean being born? We're brought there.
Yeah, I think we were born into human bodies against our will,
Okay.
and
Okay,
we were
well-
spirit beings. And a spirit being is not like 3D; it's like 5D. And
No,
we
okay. Sorry.
don't, like in our true form, we don't eat food.
Mhm. Well, I don't think we do in the spiritual form. You're right.
Yeah.
But my belief is that we're here to learn, and that's basically why. And I do believe that we chose to come here to learn or to help out. One, I mean, there's various different reasons I believe that we're all here for, and I know that.
Yeah,
I know,
it might be a punishment. Maybe we did something wrong. So in that way, then maybe it would be justified. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, I mean, we don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, but we are going by everybody's opinion on here. Nobody is saying specifically that this is just opinions, so everybody knows that ever watches us later. We don't know what's going on, but and I know what you told me about moving on as far as being blocked on the Mandela effect and trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out with all you guys. I'm not just blocked myself. I mean, we're all trying to figure this out. I do think that we've made progress from 2015, 2016 when we all started coming in here. I do believe that we have made some progress, but I just think that a lot of us concentrate too much on the little Mandela effects that are happening when, I mean, there's a lot of smart people in this chat and a lot of good ideas, a lot of imaginary, and that's what I like about everybody. I like your different opinions and different imagine, how things could be. I mean, we all have our own, I mean, I don't know. I love everybody's opinion.
Okay, here's what doesn't add up is that, okay, if we're in a correction institute, it would help us to learn. Like, we wouldn't be confused. There wouldn't be wars. There wouldn't be suffering, people born deformed, and that's why this world to me doesn't make sense. I guess I need a rational. I need a world that makes sense. I can't
all these
reality where people are not, where it doesn't help you to be a better person, because that's what.
Because it's a beast system, man. It's a beast system. It's
all
not.
these
It's not.
things that you're saying that are happening, right? They happen because of, like I said earlier, because of free will. It's
No, that makes
yes, it is. Let me help you see that it's free
will would be where you understand that there is free will, and people don't understand that because they think they're all divided.
Most people don't use their free will. That's why they're enslaved idiots.
But
That's why we're all enslaved.
it's still still their will, though. If they choose to do that, that's still their way of living. That's still their will, and that has effects on other people.
Okay, let me ask you: do you feel that you have free will?
Yes, I do have I have free will. I can pick this shotgun up now and go out on the street and start shooting people. That's fucking free will. Yes,
we have free will.
But, okay, well, what would you do as a good deed? Like, how would you help people?
Okay, I can go out tomorrow when I see a homeless guy and give him $20.
All right.
Okay, instead of donating to a charity that steals it, because that's their will. That's what.
Well, yeah, I mean,
understand. People have.
Well, that's a huge difference. I mean, you want to do something good.
People have different motivations for different things, and so that gives them the free will to do what they want to get those things. And when you have that, and when you do something like that, and you don't think of the repercussions of what you're doing, you hurt other people. No good deed goes unpunished.
Okay, Crunchy B, what were you going to say about goodwill?
These are the effects of things that hold on, let me finish, please. These are the effects that the free will that people have that are affecting other people. And that's a way of life. And there's nothing that you can do to get around that. I'm sorry that, you feel as though, you are what you are. that you're forced to be here, but
I was just gonna say, prelim. I understand where you're coming from, but I do believe we have free will. But I understand because we have very limited choices. We like, if I could get in a plane and go fly to the Antarctica and find out myself how far it goes, I would, but I can't. I'm confined in the choices that they have made for me. There's, tons of different examples, and money is the biggest cage that keeps most of us going to work for like 10 hours a day and being so worn out, we don't have any other choice but to spend that time to make money just to survive.
Yeah.
And so, what are you gonna do? You have to. It's a nice cage they built for us.
right.
But we do have free will of what job we're gonna take, and I don't know, all kinds of things but it is very limited. And
what about the suffering part?
The suffering, yes.
That's
That
great.
is one thing. Okay, you said you wanted an answer of why, people are born with deformities, little kids get diseases, but innocent little children. The only way I can explain it is reincarnation, that they had a bad treated people badly, and this their punishment for. But it is really, really hard to. That's almost stretching for me.
It seems to perpetuate that the person will always return, because there's always some dumb mistake or selfish act. People are vulnerable because we're kind of born really lacking in wisdom or love. Well, I guess love is the greatest form of intelligence. Like, forget knowledge. If you have a really loving personality, that's better than any knowledge.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think you gain a lot of knowledge with all the love you have. Yeah.
I would rather be with a caring person than some brainiac academic.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Now, to go what you were saying about the suffering, prelim, maybe it's also written, "Don't hate you for my namesake." If I don't know where you're at with this, but there's Christians right now that are being persecuted for their belief. And they're suffering for that, and they're suffering for that because of their free will.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's where I relate to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and again, there's things that happen. I feel where you're coming from too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not attacking you. I'm just giving you the other side.
Yeah, I like that's why I'm here. I want to hear.
Okay, I'm going to give you two a break. Algo has just joined in. He's got something to say.
Algo.
What's up, Algo?
What's happening, Algo? We lost Mad Pieman.
I really like what Crunchy is really smart, and I like his insight.
Hey, Crunchy B. Good to see you again. Rick Swain. We had a nice talk the other night.
Yep.
And Preliminal. Love your artwork.
Hey,
you're an amazing dude.
It's just, I just have fun with it. It is. I'm not a professional or nothing.
You are a professional if you get paid, and if you don't get paid, you should get paid, because you have some skills that are just.
I've sold one painting for $1,400 to a lady in San Francisco, and that's about it.
Then you are a professional, and people will look at your work later and they will say, "Oh my gosh, this guy had something to say."
It's spiritual art, because my inspiration is spiritual. I'm not. The world makes me mad, and I don't want to play their game.
Right. Which is why I built a YouTube channel. The only reason I built a YouTube channel is because things pissed me off. And
Yeah.
hey, Mad Pyman, you made it back. Good to see you. So,
okay, everybody sounds like they're underwater to me. I can't hear.
oh
shit.
no.
Well, hopefully it'll get better, man.
Yeah, it
So-
might get better, yeah.
About this free will thing,
Yeah.
right? So we're born into this reality. We don't remember coming into it. They tell us we were born at X number of day at X number of time, and we kind of come online at about 4 or 5 years old, depending on how your brain works. And then we go into this establishment that they call school, and they teach us things that we're supposed to know, and we get all these ideas put into our minds for about 12 to 18 years, depending who you are, how much school you've had, and then you pop out the other side. And if anybody can honestly believe they're making a free choice after all of that programming,
Right.
I would have to say that you don't understand the way that your brain works and how you can be conditioned. Because from my personal experience, it has taken me about 20 years to unlearn all of the programming and all of the conditioning and all of the left-right paradigm, all of the this tastes good, this tastes bad. I eat things now that I never would have eaten because somebody told me they tasted bad. So if we're going to really talk about free will, I think we have to talk about the programming that leads most of us to most of our choices.
I'm programmed to not like cilantro, and when I have cilantro, it tastes like soap.
Okay, so you have an allergy to cilantro just like I do. And it tastes like soap to me too.
Okay.
But that's not a programming issue. What I'm
Yeah.
saying when
So
we
gene programming.
that's gene programming. When we think
Right.
we have free will about an event or a girl we meet or something that's going on, if we don't take into account the possible programming effect that's not physiological prelim, like soap and
Right.
cilantro, you and I are right there, brother. But if we don't take into effect the possible programming, then we can't really talk about free will as a free exercise.
But
Yeah.
how did
Yeah,
how are-
I agree with
hold
you.
on, guys. How are we searching for the truth and everybody's not? You know,
Yeah.
as we find the truth, we have we learn to we have our free will. When we start
Yeah.
to learn that truth, we have free will. But why is not other people taking that free will and looking for the truth?
Yeah.
I would tell you, don't call it free will. I would tell you, you have the soap allergy to cilantro that Prelim and I have that is a rejection of the programming. So you, in your spirit, you have a rejection of the programming. It doesn't necessarily mean you have free will, but you can automatically reject the brainwashing. And God bless you, and God bless all 6 of us here, because we seem to possess that. When I was in kindergarten, I fought my kindergarten teachers about going into a Halloween thing, and they actually called my mother at her work and said, well, he doesn't want to do it. What do we do? And she's like, well, just leave him alone. I mean, you're talking a 5-year-old little child who is, what, 24 inches tall? A little tiny kid.
I didn't like Halloween either. I didn't like it, man.
Right, so-
I don't want to see no ghosts and skulls.
Demons.
Right. It's like,
But
what?
is-
What's the hoopla? I don't want to be part of
But
that.
you-
So if we take this from a free will, willing to choose Trump, willing to choose Biden, that's my free will choice, I think that's nonsense. I think
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. But you also have the free will not to choose.
Well, okay, so see, you took that thing and you made it still free will. I don't think it's free will. I think it's wired into you, Rick, to be the guy you are.
Trust me, a lot of your decisions are because I'm with you with the programming. You're programmed as soon as you come out and they place you in that crib, or they cut a piece of your skin off of your private parts, or whatever they do to you. Your free will is programmed. But you can break. I mean, your free will isn't a lot of it is. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of choices that you choose because you were programmed and you don't even realize that you were programmed. I'm with you there.
Right.
It only takes 3 months to brainwash somebody, but you can still break free of that brainwashing.
Yes, you can.
Free will. You're choosing to break free of the prison that's been built in your mind. So
okay, I'll go talk.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I think when we lump everything into this free will conversation, it denigrates the fact that a lot of people are programmed in a way that they can't even see that, only because they don't know who and what they are. They don't know why they're here. They don't ask questions about their experience. They don't look at somebody and say, I can love you in spite of what I'm told about you. And so I think that's a slippery slope to just drop it all into free will. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong here, but I'm saying if we're careful about our actual will, our actual the freedom we have with our will, if we don't take into account the programming the other side wants us to experience, we're not going to be really honest about it. And I don't think anybody's been dishonest, but I think there's some muddled conversation that we have to make sure. Hell yeah, Rick, I want my foreskin back, but I can't get it. So my free will is never going to get my foreskin back. Right? There are things that happen in life, and each one of us has had some amazing experiences, I'm sure. And if we fundamentally choose love, that may be a free will thing that I'm not getting into. But if we fundamentally choose love 24/7, 365, in spite of the COVID, in spite of Trump, in spite of Biden, in spite of the things that are going on in Europe, in spite of all of that stuff, we're going to come out this better, only because humans are so adaptive. We can adapt to anything.
Right. It's sort of like you're the hands, not the puppet. And so you should value and see the optimism that you are the hand, and this life is the puppet, or the body you're wearing. And I don't mean this in Indian karmic. I'm not talking about reincarnation. I'm just saying people tend to not see themselves as the hand; they only see the puppet.
So there you go, prelim. That's what that's the blessing. That's the blessing. That's but it's also a curse. It's a blessing and a curse. Like you were saying earlier.
No, it's a responsibility, because those who are
you were saying earlier that this place is hell. And
I meant hellish.
Yes, I totally agree. That's what I was going to say. It's we're just kind of stuck right in between, honestly.
Yeah,
I think
in between.
I got a question for you guys in chat. I'm not sure who she specified this to, but Chappelle's asking if everyone is so awake, then why are so many of you are miserable? I'm confused.
Yeah, because ignorance is bliss.
That's a great.
Just because we're awake doesn't mean that we don't go through everything everybody else goes through.
That's why you see people that are asleep, happy, and have a bunch of money, and because ignorance is bliss. And then once you start to see that there is a dark side to this world, you and admit that, because most people will say that it's God, they believe in God, but to say that the devil is real is another story. Opening up your eyes to that is something hard to swallow.
I think it's there to tell us that we're at that point. You know, like we shouldn't have gone this far in the first place, and the suffering, everything bad we're seeing in this reality, is telling us, hey, you're at the edge. You have to turn around. You have to go the other way. I don't mean to be so general, but
Well, Prelim, let me ask you a question. When you said you don't mean to be so general, is that for you specifically, or is that for humanity on the whole?
I think anyone that's experiencing the extreme bad in any aspect is getting that message. Like you're in the worst reality, and you shouldn't be here because your potential good is you're above this. You shouldn't. I think we all feel that way sometimes. Like, you know, we have the wisdom, but we're not acting on it. Maybe I'm thinking this in my own life. I think, or at least I thought that was true for everyone.
I don't think you're wrong, and I think when you say we shouldn't be here, that shouldn't, that word shouldn't is that's the you know, the operative thing. Because we are, and since we are, what is it we're going to do about it?
Yeah. Oh.
And that's where your art comes out. And you can claim you're not a professional, and you can claim you're not that good. And I understand self-humility. I wrote a book that people really love that I don't promote, and it's a good book. And I don't claim that self-humility anymore, because when you say we shouldn't be, well, here we are, the six of us tonight. Everybody in chat is trying to make sense of the nonsense of 2020. Patrick has done a beautiful job of pushing forth his heart every time he walks into a Walmart and has a confrontation. It's not because he's a dickhead. I just got to say that right now. It's because he's trying to express his heart in a way to tell those people, look, you guys have fallen for something that is nonsense, and I want to hug you, and I want to take your mask off of you, and I want to make you feel whole. And
well said.
That's the reason I jumped into this stream, because I love you guys. I'm sitting here listening to y'all, and we're trying to make sense of the energetic reality that we're experiencing, and it doesn't match our souls. And
I have to wonder about anyone that's Mandela affected. Like, what is their sin? And I don't want to know. I don't even want to know. But whatever it is, that must be why. Unless brother,
I'd say they don't have a sin.
Okay.
They're the remnant. They're the ones who have the pure heart. I mean, Patrick Roberts is like 6'3", 280 pounds. He's a big, giant man. He can walk into a room and scare everybody. And he is so kind. And he tries to tell these people, look, you're not going to make this mask thing happen because it's bad for humanity. So I personally would say he doesn't have a sin he's trying to overcome. I'd say he's part of the remnant that the Bible spoke of, who is, he's like, he wants to wrap his arms around everybody and say, let's get over this nonsense. Let's walk forward hand in hand. And that, to me, doesn't implicate sin in any way.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And now I'm done talking. You guys go ahead.
That's why I wondered, like most of the people affected, I can think of a lot of them, like, well, there's nothing wrong with this person. Why are they sent here? And I look at myself. I'm very self-critical, and I think, and I'm always like beating myself up.
Prelim, because you think of this life as a punishment still.
Oh.
And it's a blessing. And it's hard, and it sucks, and it hurts. and you get cut and you bleed and you get stitches and you break a leg and you have a bad kidney, it's not a punishment. Your gifts that you have in art and in conversation are here for everybody else to take advantage of. You and I, my friend, are not going to get anything out of this life. I will tell you that right now. I know that about myself. I've given and given and given. I get nothing back, and and not in a bad way, but
no, I know. I see my father and my mom, the nicest people I've ever known, and they've always just been give, never wanting anything like they're always helping everybody.
Yeah.
And yet they're totally suffering and poor, and like nothing is going right for them. And it makes me really sad. It's like I can't believe the nicest people in the world are going through this like unacceptable kind of life.
Dude, God loves them the best. Honest to God. And I didn't mean to be that blasphemous, but
no, I know what you mean though. I get it.
And you're the same way. The only thing I would say about you is that, and I get it, because the angst of having to step up and give that much with nothing in return takes a long time to get used to. It's taken me, I am 52 years old. For the vast majority of my life, I was in the mental space where you are about that, but you have a greater gift than I do. I have the gift of conversation, which is fine, whatever. You have the gift of art, which is so much more impactful to people. And I pray, and not pray, that's the wrong word, sorry. I hope that you freely give that, and you don't feel like it's a curse, because, and I know you're a tortured soul. Patrick's a tortured soul. Rick Swan, tortured soul. Mad Pieman, tortured soul. Crunchy Bee, tortured. We are all in the same boat, but without us, this place doesn't work.
Yeah. You're right. It would be so much worse without any people that like. I could think of so many that are just trying to, improve in what they're good at, and in relation to others, and like, hey, we're just like doing what is common sense to us, but to others it might seem like, wow, why is that person so nice, or why are they trying to give me artwork? I do portraits of people for free, and it's like, don't you want to be paid?
I just wanted to say something that I really appreciate your words of kindness, Algo. You totally get me. You definitely get me, and that's the thing is, I wish that I could reach the whole world and let them know, and like we all do. We all wish that we could reach the whole world and let them know about all the things we've learned and the knowledge that we have. And it's not saying that we're smarter than anybody else. It's just that we, like you said, you've gone through 20 years of reprogramming yourself. I'm only since 2007, around there. And I got hit with the Mandela effect in 2016, but since 2007, I started waking up to the 9/11 and everything. So it is. People are right, the ones who say you can't wake up somebody that doesn't have the knowledge that it took you so many years to get. They can't get there and even grasp that. I mean, the first time I heard about 9/11 and I seen the video, I was at awe. I was just, wow, really taken back. Like, I couldn't believe it. And then, of course, anger and all the other stuff came in. So, yeah, I'm with you. Each one of you guys that come into my chats all the time, each one of you guys have a meaning to me. And I really truly do love each and every one of you guys.
Right
You
back
all-
at you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Right back. You're
Can I-
awesome.
We're
Can I
all
tell you a
special.
quick story?
Not here,
Sure.
We're all here for a reason. It's not. No, there are no mistakes, and we're not irrelevant specks of dust in the ever expanding universe.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, we're not,
Go ahead, Elva.
meaningless junk. We're spirit beings, and like we don't really understand until we leave the body. So we should live in that faith, and maybe that is better because think about it. If everyone knew, would they be the same? They would feel like they have to be good with no choice. So back to what Rick was saying before about free will, like free will is when you're not forced to be good, when you see all the negative that the selfish or things like that, and then you still choose to be righteous anyway, like even though you could, you just no, I don't want to be part of that. And that's
Okay, I'll go ahead and tell your
maybe
story.
that's why we're here, I think. And I was just thinking about, and not, I don't always realize that.
Right.
For the most important thing about free will is understanding that the most important choice you can make is to choose right over wrong. If you try and stick to that, you'll be good. You won't have any problem. Well, you won't be rewarded. The world won't reward you if you're a good and honest person. But you won't.
I don't like the word reward. I think it's a bad word. I don't.
Before we get into any conversation,
reward. Like if we're living for a reward, that's a really stupid. I hate living for a reward. Anyone that brings.
No, it's just the right thing to do, mate. That's all it is. That's what it comes down to. Just doing the right thing. That's all.
Yeah. But you know how some people always talk about the great reward. I think that cheapifies the whole spiritual angle of it.
Do you guys hear me at all?
Yeah, we hear you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold up. I want Argo to tell his story before we get into any other conversations.
And honestly, Patrick, I forgot the story I was going to tell. But what I
I
do,
had a feeling that was going to happen. The longer I let that go,
What
I was like, oh, he's probably going to forget it.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
No, you're fine, Palim. But what I would love to do is go back to what Mad Pyman just said, is when each of us know in our heart of hearts the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do. And we have this language barrier that says good and evil, right and wrong. But we know what serves humanity, what serves our fellow man, and what doesn't. And I think if we can keep it on that level, what you were saying, Mad Pyman, is 100% important, and probably the lesson I came here to remember, and the lesson that I'm sitting here with you guys tonight, because the way you started to lay that out. Are you in Victoria by chance, Mad Pyman?
Yeah, mate. I'm in Victoria. Yeah, Melbourne. Yeah.
Okay, so you and your people, your friends, your relatives, your neighbors are having a really, really challenging time in relation to COVID, in relation to other people imposing their will on you. And you have very few choices to navigate that. And the five of us who are not there cannot even understand what that's like. We can send you the energy so you can do your best, but from what I know about what's going on in Victoria right now, that's a complete totalitarian lockdown of humanity, and it's a crushing humanity thing.
It is.
Yeah, and you still have to get up, make breakfast, try to go to work, try to make some money. you got to try to fix your tires on your car, whatever you have to do. And you, from my experience in listening, you're in a horrific state. So that being said, if humans have any kind of ability to help their circumstance without guns, without violence, without all that stuff, it's got to be love. And I pray, brother, that the people who are imposing their will on you right now can see that they're damaging humanity in a way that they can never karmically fix.
No, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Yeah, they're digging their own graves, and there's no escape in the spiritual realm. No, there's no escape.
Right.
I follow.
Right.
I don't know if any of you people have heard of Mark Passio. A couple of you probably have. Passio.
Yeah, sure, Mark Passio.
Yeah, it talks about natural law, and it really runs in line with what Jesus taught as well, you know, in biblically. So it's just basically do no harm, and it's the basic law. It's the law of the universe. It's universal law, you know. It stands before everything. Every other law is subservient to God's law or natural law, whatever you want to call it. But it's the laws of the universe, you know. And there's it's karmic, if you want to use that word. To describe it, because there's no escape. It might not be coming in the short term, but consequences of the wrong actions are unavoidable, and they will always catch up with people. So they'll pay in the end. There's no way around it. They can't escape it. Spiritually, they can't escape doing the wrong thing and hurting people. You know?
Right, and God love you for whatever you guys can do or whatever you guys are doing in that, in spite of that. And I appreciate the videos that I see out of Australia. I'm a huge fan of my cousins in Australia. We all came from English stock that got kicked out or left because we said the crown sucks. Most of you guys, they said, were criminals, which I don't believe. But I think most of Australia is...
No, that's the original story, man. Yeah, we were sent here on ships, convict ships.
Yeah, and I don't believe that bullshit. No, I think you guys left. I think you guys said, screw it.
No, the history's there, man. Yeah.
Okay, so even if you are, my cousins left and they said, we're going to battle this king and we're going to try to fight a revolution, whatever. You and I are cousins, and the stuff you got, the things Victoria is going through right now is as bad as South Africa and reverse apartheid.
Well, I can tell you this: what's happening where Mad Pieman is coming here to the States.
Well,
it could be, Rick. It could be.
I just watched a video that a friend of mine shared. It was his video, but he was sharing information about New York. And New York's going the same way.
Yeah, for sure. And so is California. The only difference, Rick Swain, I appreciate your point of view. The only difference is we are armed and we're willing to use them.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree, but they do have the military all over the United States now.
Oh, there's only 1.3 million U.S. soldiers, and there's less than 1 million or 100 million, or no, 1 million police officers, and there's 326 million of us with about 240 million guns. They know they can't take over the population. They know that, and that's why they haven't tried.
Right.
Yeah, but they may have between COVID and Trump, they've got the people, I believe, that would stand up and fight. We've dwindled down between them two, they've got a lot of people buffaloed.
Of course. But the only way they can actually take us over, Patrick, is an EMP.
What they just did in 4 months, how they just did what they did 4 or 5 months, yeah, I do think they think that they can take us over, and they're going to do it. They're going to try.
Time will tell.
They're gonna try. I mean, they're gonna try and rail us up first with all the bullshit that they're putting us through, and all the bullshit that they're putting on TV and
Well,
media.
they're trying to get us to fight against each other, is what they're
Right?
trying to.
Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, exactly. But if that doesn't happen,
If we
man,
can
they're
get,
gonna.
if we can get the Trump supporters to work out what's going on, mate, it's game over. You know, we win. We win. If we get, you know, there's no way we're going to lose, mate. If we get the Trump supporters, you know, to work out that the whole system's a lie. Trump's not saving anyone,
Right.
but they know something's wrong, and they're looking for a savior. You know that they're on the right track, but there is no savior. We the people, we are the ones that are going to take the world back. You know?
Well,
Yeah.
We need them, mate, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
And if I had my druthers and I had the money, I would fill up a container full of arms and I would ship it to you, Mad Pieman, and I would say, dudes, you guys, good luck.
Yeah.
Money's not going to help, mate.
I would put myself on the ship with all them arms, and I would head over with you to help fight.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately throughout history we have seen where humans seem to want to control other humans, and the ones that don't want to be controlled have to kill them so they can't be controlled. And it's an amazing, tragic, violent existence. But the thing I see about that, it's no different than the natural world. You know, the bunnies run from the fox, and the fox get the bunnies, and the coyotes get the fox, and the food chain actually goes up that way. And at some point, these ideologies of oppression and fascism and whatever, they're going to try to go up the food chain and get all of us. And at some point, all of us are going to say, no, thank you.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you mentioned the food chain because that's what they're going to use against us. The food chain.
You're talking about the food supply.
Yeah, well, that they're already breaking that down. They're killing our food supply, dude.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Who is they? Okay, now let's talk about who is they. Is that Zion? I mean, I know like there's three different kinds of Zion. There's the biblical Zion that are good, and then there's the Bob Marley Zion, and then there's the Zion that own 95% of all the corporations. So I'm seeing
later.
Who is they? Like who are
the 95? The ones that own the 95% of the world's population.
Central makers.
Okay,
that's who they are.
Central
own everything, man. You know, they want control of it all.
They've already got
Central.
it.
okay.
And they want control of us.
Okay, so are they the direct energy weapons people? Are they controlling the wildfires?
I don't know. I would think so. Yeah, I would say yes. They want to. Yeah, they're burning
There's
everything
technology.
out.
There's technology being used here for sure, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the ones that control the weather too. They're the ones that's probably going to dump a fucking 10 foot of snow on a northeast America this winter.
All control. There's many things we don't know.
No,
Right,
we can
you know.
speculate. You're right. You're right, Matt Pieman. You can speculate.
Not at all.
I only brought it up because you said they and that.
Right. No.
Question mark.
Palim got triggered by they.
Yeah, they.
You got triggered, brother.
There's a
Well, let's-
question from
So
chat.
let's go.
Who are they?
Sorry, Patrick, go.
I was just going to read a question from chat. See this place, hear about RBG and Planned Parenthood and abortion laws, and who are the buyers on the food markets?
I don't know.
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I didn't have an answer for that either, so I was giving it to you guys.
That's awesome. That slowed us all back down. Preliminal.
Yeah.
When you ask about they,
Yeah.
the prevailing rational argument would be central bankers.
That's one.
Central bankers.
That's the big
And
one.
many people often call them Jews or call them Zionists. And I think that's a detour to
Right.
the central bankers because
It's a
the current,
Yeah.
Deliberate.
Deliberate.
Same shit,
The
different
cur-
bucket.
yeah, the currency.
Distraction. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding, and it's like a reverse, like so that people don't it's like so people put it off instead of checking it out.
Well, of course, because it's easy. It's easy, right? So when you go to work, you expend your physical labor, they reproduce it in something called money, and that money goes to a place, which is what the currency they talk about is. And if you're in charge of that currency, you're in charge of everybody's labor. And if we think it's a religious sect or a color of a person or anything, we're nonsense. We're retarded because it really is. There is a central system of incorporating the energy of humanity, much like the Matrix movie told us.
Mm.
And we can't see that often. And it's the legal or not legal, but the legislative central banking system throughout the world. And it's retarded because they wrote words on paper and we agree. And
Right.
so they send you the 1040 form and you fill it out and you feel like you're doing a good thing. You're a good citizen. You're paying your taxes. You're an American.
Yeah.
You live in the freest country ever. You're in the best nation
Right.
ever. Oh,
And then-
fucking, it's nonsense.
Social security number.
Yeah,
Social
it's like-
security number is your stock number.
It's like
You're traded on the stock exchange.
like-
every single one of us with their birth certificate.
yeah, you think it's for all the greater good and everybody, but it's all like going to this manipulated force that isn't about love or caring about everyone. It's like, oh no, we just want it for
Correct. No, correct.
no, man.
And if we
It's
keep
a-
if we keep participating
The
in our
system, I
own
just wanna-
slavery,
Yeah.
we're going to get the slavery we deserve.
Oh, see, that brings me back to thinking of the demiurge and that we came here again. Like, why would God say, these are my people? And, I'm confused about that. And I don't want to think bad thoughts about it.
He also said be in the world but not of it.
Not of it.
Right.
Bingo.
And listen, we can't understand the way he thinks. So don't even bother trying to figure out how he thinks, because he spoke this world into existence. So what makes you think you can think the way he thinks?
Okay, I have a dumb question. Why did Jesus leave?
What Jesus left because he had to go prepare a place
Okay, I've heard
for
that.
his people, all right, and to wait for his Father's command to come back to gather up his church and to put Lucifer in the lake of fire.
What?
So he could, so he can have his 1,000 years reign, so he can marry his bride, which is his church, which are his people, and begin his 1,000 years reign on earth, heaven on earth. There will be a new earth and a new heaven made,
And I think a part of it is
and
also,
it'll be destroyed in Armageddon.
I think a part of it is also that his people have to prove themselves. I don't believe that we'd get a free ride into the holiest place. I mean, I wouldn't.
No, we don't. No, sorry, Pat. I don't.
So I think we're going to have to go through a lot of tribulation, unfortunately, to get to where we want to go.
Right.
Patrick.
Got to go through hell to get to heaven, right?
Can I ask you a question, Patrick?
Sure.
Do you think the daisy in the field has to prove itself to be a daisy enough that God would accept it?
No.
Okay, so if God created that daisy to be a daisy and God created Patrick to be Patrick, why in the heck would you have to prove yourself more worthy than the lilies in the field?
Got a point.
Because I think I think they're trying to separate the evil from the good. I mean, there's evil entities out there that we don't want.
Are you one of them?
Evil entities?
Are you an evil entity?
I don't want to believe I am not.
No, of course you're not. No. Here's one of the fundamental misconceptions from where I see the world is Creator God, not a Christian God, but Creator God made everything to be here as it is, and that lily in the field is not accountable for its own existence. Neither are you.
Now, Cammy made a lot of sense here, and I have to agree with it. The daisy didn't disrespect God. The daisy didn't sin.
Oh.
Did you?
Daisies can't be.
I've sinned a lot.
No. Did you disrespect God?
If I'm sinning, yeah.
Sinning by whose standard?
By the Bibles.
Wait a minute. What about born into sin? Because that is a verse.
Yeah, we are born into sin.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm not gonna buy into that philosophy that
How can
God made me defective.
Yeah, I don't get it.
No, I don't.
Wait a minute. Why would we be born into sin and then have to be saved from it?
I wish I had all the answers.
Because it's a preliminal. It's a cool religious doctrine that makes you give money to people that can fix you. From my opinion,
I'm not even trying to put down.
Would that be the church though? I mean,
I'm trying to make sense of it, and it's like my faith is not strong, and I'm like questioning what I've been raised to believe in, and I don't really have many options. I'm just like I'm trying.
A lot more people in chat have a lot more comebacks than I can come up with.
Dude, it's not about comebacks. It's about.
No, I know. Like Martha says, we can create, the flower cannot.
We have free will, and we can make choices.
Okay, so what can we actually do in our everyday life on a continual basis?
Hold on, I got a question for Algo.
Okay.
What does the Mandela effect mean to you?
What the Mandela effect means to me is that God grabbed everybody who is in the remnant, who is really here to keep spirit going. God said, look, you dummies, this place is not right. I've tried to tell you over and over and over, and you're not getting it. So I'm going to give you a tangible something you can grab onto, and you can look at the rest of the place and say, no, the rest of the place is not mine. Chick-fil-A with a K is not mine, but Chick-fil-A with a C is mine. And since you can remember that, I know you're on my team. And since you're on my team, every action you're going to do in your entire life is going to be for the betterment of humanity and betterment of our experience here. Everything that is not that is not you. So set that aside, walk away, and don't touch it. And that's the exact reason why I am not registered to vote, why I don't participate in the nonsense, and why I'm sitting here tonight with you guys at 12:38 in the morning, Mountain Standard Time, and I have to get up in about 5 hours because I can see my brothers and I can see my sisters in chat who have had that same experience. God has touched you. If you've had a Mandela experience, God has touched you and said, wait a minute, this place is not what you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. I'll go.
Thanks, I'll go.
Yeah, I think that was a very intelligent answer.
I'll go. Can you hear me?
I happen to agree. Sorry. Go ahead.
Why are you sorry, Pat?
What?
Why are you sorry?
Because I kept interrupting somebody. Somebody was just about ready to speak, and I kept coming out with more words to Algo.
I have a question for Algo.
Go.
When you say you call this place the remnant, what do you mean?
I call the people the remnant. So in the Bible, there are a group of people who have what is called the Holy Spirit inside of them. And I personally think the Bible is a metaphor. I don't believe it literally in any way whatsoever. I don't believe.
I've always taken it symbolic because I know the language it has levels. And go ahead.
Well, whatever level you can understand at the time. So some people can only understand it at the literal level, and some people can look at that and they can understand it at a higher level.
Like the Jonah fish. Like a lot of people take it literal. I think there's great symbolism in the Jonah fish story.
Right.
It's one example.
So the remnant, to me, are the people who can look at this place as it is in 2020 with the masks and the fake science and the fake politics and the fake space and the fake all that other nonsense, and they can listen to Crunchy Beat tonight and they can say, my friend, I am right here by your side. And the fact that you're here with me tells me that your heart is something I can trust. And if I had to go to battle with you, brother, we're right beside each other. And that to me is what the remnant is.
Beautiful.
Does that answer it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You need to come on with me every night, Algo.
Dude, I gotta work and I gotta sleep. I love you.
Yeah, Algo, you need sleep. I don't want you to ruin your job. So
no, I won't. I'm good.
Hey, every time I have you on, I do get emails from people who love you when you're on the show.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate you allowing me to be here, Patrick. You've done such good work. And I got to tell you something, my friend. You're like a bull in a china closet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Patrick's like, wow, where did this guy come from? And then he happened to be in my, like, at first I didn't know he lived in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. He's in Wisconsin.
And
any guy who is willing to walk into a Walmart line and say, look, you son of a bitches, you're not going to thwart my experience here because of something your boss told you or something the government told you to do. No, thank you. I'm not having it. I mean, I'm on your side, of course.
Yeah.
I was really pissed. I was really pissed when they were going to make that old guy walk all the way down.
Yes.
Come all the way back. That really pissed me off. And even after that tape was ripped down, the guy got in the fucking way and still wouldn't let him through. And I was like, get the hell out of the way and let this guy through. I couldn't believe this fucking guy.
I'm glad you didn't punch him.
Oh my God.
You don't want to make a scene.
And then that he's the one that finally on the second video where I did the duct tape, and so he was the same manager, and he's the one that trespassed me, and I'm like, you are. This guy really takes his job seriously, working at Walmart.
He's the only
Dude,
man
you're-
who's been banned from every Walmart in the world.
You're lucky you're not in jail.
Yeah, Patrick,
I know.
you had some, like, especially that scene when the two cops you were trying to explain to them, and they kind of just, they
They're
said
brainless.
okay, whatever. And,
NPCs, bro. 100%.
Well, did you see where he wanted to pat me down as soon as he got there? I'm like, why? Why do you want to pat me down? And he's like, well, make sure you don't have weapons on you. I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
he's gloves
you're
on.
not patting me down. Most people will let them do that, but I mean, I'm awake. I know my rights.
You should have told him you were orange with COVID. Stand back.
But COVID.
That's an alarm.
I probably would have got thrown in jail or the nut ward. Yeah, if I would have threatened somebody and said, I got COVID, I'll spit on you if you don't get back.
Oh, that would have
No, you
been
can't
jail
do
time.
That's jail.
yeah.
That's jail here. That's
Yeah,
jail.
man.
6 months jail.
Seriously, Matt Pyman, seriously?
Yeah, that's jail.
What did he say?
Apparently, somebody spat on a cop early on, like way back in April or something, and then they made it a law that if you do anything,
Spit on somebody, yeah. If you spit on.
Hold on, Rick.
All right.
Let him finish.
yeah, pretty much that's it. If you threaten to sneeze on a police officer or cough or anything, 6 months jail automatically.
Voynich, right?
Wow.
I know if you spit on somebody here in the States, it's assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like that for the longest time.
Oh, that's always been. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
always been.
so I mean, like if you attempt to, if you threaten somebody to sneeze on them or something, yeah, it's gonna pull some serious time, especially now.
Now, yeah.
I ain't fucking around now.
So before I go, the bottom line for all six of you, everybody in chat, we know we live in a fallen world. It's a place of nonsense. It's a place of mental control. It's a place of distraction, illusion, and pure chaos. And if any of us can get together on a night like this, in a place like this, and give some support, some encouragement, some camaraderie, some everybody do a group hug, dude, I think that's what it's for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love
Exactly.
wins, bro. Love wins. Hate loses.
For like minds, brothers and sisters to come together. That's what I want. I don't expect for myself to be a good show. I want people to
Patrick, you're no. You're always a
You're
good show.
good value by yourself, mate.
You're always a good show. Yeah.
I just want people to come in the chat, all of us that know each other through the years, and talk and and just give our ideas, what's going on with us, build we've had build a community in the last 4 years. Let's put it to use. Let's I think there should be more chats, more because different times of day.
Yes.
All right.
We because the way the universe works, not talking about space specifically, but the way that the spiritual universe works is that when energy is important. We know that they use energy against us. They tax us. They do everything they can to steal our energy. We have to pay for energy. There's nothing for free. Yet they've got free energy. And when people, like-minded people, get together who are living through their heart and doing what they can, every little thing, every little piece of the puzzle is important. And we're all powerful. And when we come together, we're even more powerful. So,
All right.
Amen. Amen, Pyman.
That's why they want to stop us from gathering.
yeah.
And we're not going to let them, Rick. We're going to fight, Rick. We're going to fight all the time.
I mean, eventually they're going to back us into a corner, and people are going to have no other choice but to.
Maybe, maybe not. Crunchy Bee, can I ask you a question?
Crunchy be sleeping.
Crunchy Bee, are you there?
He answered you with a snore.
Oh, he's snoring.
Are you there? Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness.
The
Crunchy bees asleep.
Is he really sleeping?
no,
Yeah.
Beauty,
he's being a
beauty.
smart ass.
Beauty, beauty, Patrick.
Yes, he is.
No, it could be sleeping. I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm crying over here.
All right.
I was wondering because he got knocked out a little bit ago, and I just put him back in. So maybe he didn't want to come back.
Guilty.
He's actually sleeping.
I fall asleep on Tommy's show like 6 times. I think.
Dude, best live stream ever. Best live stream ever.
Yeah.
Patrick, what I could tell you, brother,
Yeah.
keep following your heart. You're doing such good work. You're producing so much content. You are reaching people, and even though our chat, you're like your channel and my channel, don't have the numbers we should have.
Right.
You should have 50,000 subscribers. I should have 30,000. But keep doing it because, brother, you make a difference.
Well, honestly, and I swear, Algo, this is not possible without you or anybody else in chat or on the panel. This would not be possible without you guys. So give yourselves a hand of applause. And I have been keeping up with your channel, by the way, Algo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crunchy, are you there?
He's actually snoring. I take it back. He's actually snoring. Passed out. Done.
Yeah, he's had like a light.
Okay, so we love you, Crunchy. I'm gonna knock you out right now.
Sweet dreams.
So you take care.
No country.
If I could sleep like that, I would be so happy.
Okay. Crunchy, that was awesome. Thanks for the input.
And Patrick, sincerely for your chat, for everybody who comes to see you, it doesn't seem like many, 18, whatever.
Yeah.
They're all really good people who are on the same path as you and I.
Yeah.
Palim and I, Rick Swain and I, Mad Pyman and I, we're all on the same path, and we're all here together. So, I mean, huge. That's a huge spiritual thing, right?
Yeah, and we're like people are out of the country. Do I still hear Crunchy be snoring?
Hey,
Do you guys hear this?
I thought it was tripping. You deleted him, but we can still hear him. That's a loud snorer.
I thought I knocked him out of chat, but I guess where the hell is he? I'm looking for him. I can hear him, but I don't see him. Where is he? I don't get where he's at.
It could be somebody's fucking with you.
Yeah.
Here.
Is that your dog, Patrick?
See, so after we have some deep spiritual, strong nonsense, we have to have a little bit of break. Gotta have some conversation.
Yeah.
Gotta have a laugh.
I just muted everybody and I don't hear the snoring anymore.
Yeah, you did.
So here's Mad Pie. Prelim is snoring.
I just heard him again.
I just muted him. Now I'm gonna unmute Prelim.
No, it's still here. It's still here.
So then it wasn't Crunchy Bee snoring before.
Prelim, are you sleeping?
It's prelim.
Really?
Oh,
That's awesome.
I knocked Crunchy Bee out of the room, and he probably wasn't even snoring.
He probably is here.
Bye, Prelim.
oh my goodness.
Thanks for joining.
Holy cow.
It's just a process of elimination.
Are you guys sure that my show's okay? Because it seems like I'm putting everybody to sleep that's on the panel.
You got the magic touch, Patrick.
Okay, Crunchy Bee's in the chat. He says, I keep losing signal, but thanks for talking with me, everyone. Great family we have here. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry for blaming you for snoring, Crunchy Bee.
Yeah.
I thought you were the one snoring.
That was awesome, Patrick.
Oh, you'll never have a dull moment in my chat. Never.
YouTube gold.
Oh my god. I could have swore Prelim was just talking, just as
Right before the snoring started. That was really weird.
No, that's called
He was
THC.
talk- I thought he was. So you were talking when the snoring started. All right.
Rick, it's called THC.
Yeah. Well, I know.
He was happy. He was talking. He got stoned and he passed the fuck out.
Pass the fuck out.
well, at least we know he breathes well. I mean, he's breathing when he sleeps.
You got to get a breather ice strips. He's got to get that. What's that? The CPAC or something.
CPAP. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, my friend, I appreciate you tremendously. Your heart is on your sleeve. You share that with us far more than I do because I don't show my face on camera, and you do, and I'm going to in the future. But what you're willing to give up to make your channel and walk into those places and share the truth that you're experiencing, buddy, that's huge, and it's so tremendous.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you, and like I said, my passion is to wake people up and get us to come together. I mean, I haven't given up on waking people up because I think some people are waking up a little bit more, but the thing of it is I just want. I love everybody in our community, and we do have a great community. Hey, there's Mad Pieman.
This is. I have to wear this shit for my job, but I'll show you.
Dude, with the epic beard. Epic beard.
I've got messages written all over this, and I got dirty looks all day today. Every time
Nice.
I wear it, I get dirty looks, man.
And I know what's coming. We all got to be prepared for it.
Right.
And I just hope that I really do hope that I am helping in some way. You are tremendously. I appreciate that.
Well, look at the chat. Look at the people who have seen you. Look at the people who know you who have come here.
Yeah.
We love what you're trying
You're
to do.
real, Patrick. You're genuine.
Yeah.
Mate. You're a real person, mate. That's what we appreciate. It's hard to find in this world.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I still get nervous before I come on every show.
I used to do
Yeah.
live streams, man. Back when back when YouTube had less restrictions. You only had to have 100 subscribers, and then you could live stream. on
Yeah.
my original channel, because this is my backup channel. Well, I've been locked out of my original channel, but if you go to that, I did heaps of live streams, mate. Not talking to people on camera, but just just talking to people in chat. But yeah, it's you just got to jump in, mate, and you've done well, mate. You've adapted well. Just the only thing you can do is be yourself, man. If you try and do anything else,
And I can't wait for you, Elgo, to do your live streams and show yourself at. I can't wait. I'd be interested in meeting you face to face, kind of,
I would too, brother. And pretty soon.
Yeah, that's cool. So, we are.
I just read a headline, right? This the only reason I'm saying so is because it's about Philadelphia. From where I'm at, Donald Trump says bad things happen in Philadelphia during the presidential debate statement, and Philadelphians tuned it into a meme, and a bunch of people are like, there's 58 comments on it so far, and it just came out supposedly. Yeah. Wow.
Algo just put this in the chat. The link to the T-shirt, medically exempt.
Oh, okay.
That's a pretty cool T-shirt. So
I'll tell you, Patrick, I have not worn a mask for months, and I'm not like imposing like you, but I have that look in my eye that people don't ever ask me questions. They're like, "Oh, that guy's bad," and I actually made the shirt so they wouldn't have to ask me a question. Because if I'm walking into a store without a mask and they want to ask me a question, I made the shirt so I could let them off the hook.
Yeah, I like that. I remember you talking about that the other day. Yeah, I like that, but I guarantee you that they're still gonna say something to you.
You want to know what the meme is? Everybody's commenting that bad things happen in Philadelphia, and you want to know what the bad thing that's happened in Philadelphia?
It's always sunny in Philadelphia, Rick.
Eating a cheesesteak is the bad thing that happens in Philadelphia because, we're known for the cheesesteak. You know what a cheesesteak is?
You're known for the cheesesteak. What?
Cheesesteak.
Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Philly cheesesteak. Okay. I thought you meant cheesesteak. Cheesesteak. Okay,
No,
gotcha.
not cheesecake, but we're known for our cream cheese too, Philadelphia cream cheese.
Yeah.
And that really crappy show, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Sunny in Philadelphia. I like that show.
It's funny.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a couple years, but yeah, I used to watch it all the time.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem. Thanks. You're welcome anytime, Algo.
I appreciate you, brother. I love the people who follow you because they follow all the best people.
Yeah.
They truly do. And that's why we do this, right? It's not for our own edification because whatever, we're nonsense. And Mad Pieman, that beard is epic. Completely epic.
I've been playing with it.
It's kind of awesome that he's upside down, as if he were in Australia.
And his beard's like the right way.
Yeah.
I've got NASA hairspray. I put NASA hairspray on my beard so it sticks up.
Rick Swain, brother, your heart is in the right place. I can feel it. It's always good to talk to you guys.
Thank you.
Nice talking, mate.
Thank you.
To all the chat, thank you guys for being here. I mean, thank you for always support Patrick. Always, always, always. He's a badass. I mean, come on. So we'll keep going forward. We'll keep supporting each other. And the remnant will always find one another every single time. So that being said, I am out. Thank you for letting me be here.
Thanks, Algo.
Thank you, Algo. You have a good night or morning.
Take care, Patrick.
Be safe at work.
Will do.
And then there was 3. We're 4.5 hours into this marathon thing we got going on. Every time I get on here, I want to do an hour to maybe 2 hours.
And you end up being
I always end up in 4 hours, but I guess that's why we paid for the extra, right?
Yep.
I
got it, man. So you don't have to worry about your hours.
After today's stream, I'm gonna go check and see how many hours I've used so far, just as curiosity.
Right. Right.
I bet you used a whole month's worth already, man.
Oh, easily.
I used a month's worth. It was already past days ago.
Was it?
I was already over 20 hours days ago.
Right. I mean, you think of it, what you just did now, that's 4 shows. You
Yeah.
know, or 5 shows. I'm sorry, 5 shows.
Actually, almost a week ago, I passed 20 hours. Almost a week ago.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't be surprised if I was around 40 or so.
Right.
Ugh.
So, man, is it like, can you feel the difference of like the pullback they did? Like, are people a little bit more chippity, you know, like up, or it still feels the same, right?
You talk. How do you mean about the people's
I don't
attitudes?
know. Are people's attitudes maybe a little bit better?
I think more people are realizing that we're being played, but there's
Right.
too many that just want to go along with the program. You know, whatever Big Daddy says, that's what you got to do. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, even though they know something's wrong and it's bullshit, and the laws keep changing, and then they give you a little bit of freedom, and then they take something else off you, and then they make a fine bigger. And there's so many contradictions, man. You'd have to be an absolute moron not to notice, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
people still go along with it, you know. It won't be long. Only a couple more years. Start out with 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. You know. Just lock down for 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what it did start down as.
6 months later.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't been 6 months. It's probably been like 2 months for us, but since we got locked down, you know. But it's not going to go away, you know. It's never. Even the Premier, when he came out in his last press conference, like I didn't watch all of it, but I heard a little bit here and there.
Right.
And one of the things that he said was, if we ever want to get back to some kind of COVID normal, we've got to get the numbers closer to 0. The case numbers.
Yeah.
So we're trending. You know, I told you the other day we're trending towards being released or let back into the previous stage of restrictions, back to stage 2. On, I think they're talking about the 18th or the 19th of October.
Okay.
They brought it back a bit. So yeah, then everyone will be happy because you can go shopping again. You might be allowed to travel further than 3 miles. It's at the moment is the freedom they gave us back, which was only taking the curfew away, means nothing when you can't travel anywhere. And
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jennifer's got a question for the panel. How do we convince others this vaccine is different? Also, that everything won't go back to the way it was.
Well, one thing they got to realize is that you're trying to explain to someone about vaccines is that they've never come up with a cure for the flu, which is a coronavirus. They've never had a successful immunization that actually stopped the flu ever. It's always failed. It's always mutating. It's changed. You know, it's mutated into the next strain, and we had last year's strain. And next year we'll have this year's strain, but the year after that we won't have it. You know what I mean? They're always a year behind. it's like they want to keep giving you vaccines because there's never going to be a cure, you know. So if they can't cure the common flu, what hope is there of them developing a vaccine to? Even if you think anybody thinks it's actually a real virus and it's killing everybody and it's a pandemic, even if you believe that, you have to understand that they've never ever been able to cure the flu, and all the flu vaccines and every other vaccine that they put into manufacturing and release. Before that happens, they have years and years and years of trials and development.
Right, 7 years. It takes 7 years to make a vaccine. Yeah.
It doesn't just happen in a couple of months.
Right. By warp speed is. You know, this is warp speed. Get the fuck out of here. Warp speed. Yeah. Do something in 7 months that takes 7 years.
Because they have to inject people with the poison and then wait for the results. And they have to
see what happens.
And they have to do different groups of people.
But here's the thing is,
certain periods of time. Yeah.
Here's the thing is, we're not answering the question really. Like she said, we know that, but everyday people are so clueless. They think it does cure everything. But just by you telling them that, I mean, you're not going to prove to them.
No,
you have to tell them to look at the facts themselves. You know,
I think that's just a good starting. I think that's a good starting point. You know, just to make them think.
Or just look at autism. That's all you have to look at is look at autism. Look at the jump that autism makes with the amount of vaccines we pump into these kids these days.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more prevalent. That's where it's coming from. Yeah, it's true.
It's like they're fucking, you know, the little things that you stick the pins in, you know, for sewers and shit. That's what they think these kids are. It's like, they get 7 fucking vaccines?
And this is not even going to be a normal vaccine. This is going to be...
This has never been done before.
Well, and it's going to have... Yeah. What do they call it? RNA.
They're going to do it in 6 months too. It's never been done before, and they're going to do it in 6 months.
The brand new virus. They've got no history of it.
Right.
You know,
supposedly they don't have any history on
it.
No, they have history on
it. I guarantee them vaccines have been made up for years and all ready to go. They're just waiting for the time to give it a little bit of time where they can bypass it through their people's minds that we've given it enough time. We should have made a vaccine. So I think the vaccine was made a long time ago, and it's been ready for people.
This vaccine, they had the vaccine before they came out with the problem. You know, that's how they roll. They do. You know, I'm not saying they came up with this vaccine in 6 months, but that's what they want the public to believe. What are you, robbing a bank, man? Is that what you're going to wear? You're muted. You're muted, man.
I got him on mute. Hold on.
No, I did. Well, I asked my girlfriend to buy me stockings, black stockings, and she got me black tights, but there's plenty of holes in it.
You breathe through that a lot better than the mask?
Yeah, you can breathe through it better. Yeah. So I'm going to make a mask out of this shit.
There you go.
No. I can breathe through it. It's not bad.
There you go.
I'm gonna cut holes in it too, and then poke very small holes all over it. So
right.
Yeah. Jennifer is. She said she tried with 2 teachers over Zoom. They shook their heads and rolled their eyes. I tried a different approach, like compared it with GMO food, changing DNA. Yeah, I mean, if you've gone that far already and they still don't get it, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I have a hard time myself telling people. I mean, I'm at my wit's end and trying. I mean, a lot of people do say they're not going to take the vaccine,
Well, yeah,
but when the time comes, there's going to be some sort of pressure that they're going to put on each one of us to try to get us to take the vaccine. And I think a lot of people are going to fall into that and take the vaccine just because they've either been threatened with jail or threatened a loved one, or that a loved one's going to be taken away. Maybe they'll take their kids if you don't get the vaccine.
They will, man. They will.
yeah. Well, that's already been said that they will. But they said I heard of a release. They released something. I forget where it was or something. But they said 2/3 of Americans say that they will not receive the vaccine when it first comes out. But they did say 1 out of every 4 will refuse the vaccine. So, I mean, 2/3. That's a lot of people that are refusing to take the vaccine when this first comes out.
Right,
And
but they say that now.
They say that. Yeah, they say that
They're
now.
trying to rush this out. So,
The governments and the ones who are rushing this vaccine out know that them 2/3 are going to be cut way down because there's going to be a reason that they're going to take it.
Yeah,
Even though,
blackmail.
yeah, exactly. It will be blackmailed. They will use something against whoever, and that's the way they're going to get most of the people to take a vaccine.
No job, no travel, no bank account. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look
no
at what they're
driver's license, no
look at what they're
registration,
doing just
no-
over
no
the map.
insurance.
It's only a
They'll just
map.
cut you off. You just be cut off from everything, man. That's what they're going to do.
yeah.
I mean,
Because it's the beast system, man.
look how many rules they have just over the mask, and the vaccine's going to be 10 times worse. You're not going to be able to get in a store, or I heard, and I didn't even think of this. They could actually pull your driver's license if you don't get the vaccine, because you will not be allowed to drive.
Sure, your license will be on your chip. Yeah, I drove in Philly for so many years.
It'll get there eventually, man. Yeah, it will. I think you're right. Everything's going to go that way, man. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Your body's going to be everything, man. Everything, because it'll be inside you. All your information, all your ID, all your bank account numbers, everything. It'll be
you heard
in the nano chips that are fucking in your white blood cells. Yeah.
right.
Little.
Bots. You heard that's what I was
Nano-
just going to say. What happened to AstraZeneca, right? AstraZeneca, they were with the vaccines. The first person that they gave the vaccine to, they said multiple sclerosis.
Yeah,
And then the second person they gave it to said that they killed God. I can't feel God. They killed God. That was the second person that had the vaccine.
They're giving us messages, man, about what they want to do to us. That's what they're doing with these so-called victims,
Well, that's them telling us in a way. That's telling us right there.
They're giving us messages.
They're
telling us what they're going to do to us.
We told you. We told you.
Yeah.
We stopped trials on the vaccine. We told you.
That's part of natural.
Nobody
Nobody
heard of that. Nobody but us has really heard about that.
But man, that's why they get away with everything that they do. The people that are running everything, all right? Because they know how the laws of the universe work, man. And the laws of the universe are that they don't actually do anything to us. We just allow it.
Right.
And because we don't say anything, we just absquescing. I can't even say the word at the moment. We absquiesce, and we just allow it to happen, or the majority do, and then it becomes what they wanted it to, and we just do it to ourselves. So they've washed their hands of any responsibility because we've done it to ourselves. That's how it works.
Yeah. And they tell us about it too.
And they tell us, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's the gentleman. They see it as it's the gentleman thing to do, the gentleman. thing to
It's
do.
called Revelation of the Method or Lesser Magic.
Well, guys, in about 10 minutes, it'll be 5 hours. So I'm going to call it at 5 hours.
All right, yeah.
Before I start snoring. But this has been a great show. We've went through a ton of subjects as we always do. I every time I try to name the chat or whatever I'm gonna put, I try to think about what we're gonna talk about, and we always are like all over the place. So maybe the next chat we'll be chatting about everything. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm naming these chats right or not because most of it we did talk about religion at the beginning, so it wasn't like we mysteries I'm representing, you know. But I eventually am going to get I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to talk to somebody that knows one of these bigger channels how to get a call-in number so people can call in.
Right.
Ask Brian, man. Brian will fill you in.
Yeah, Brian will teach you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll talk to Brian.
He's made videos about it too, man. How to do it. So.
Oh, has it? Brian's. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I'll definitely have to look them up and start doing research on that because after tonight, I was like, it would be nice if we did have a number where people could call in and ask the panel questions and stuff. Because it's really hard when we get, especially with 6 people in the chat, it's hard to listen to you guys and study
we need one person just to watch chat, man, and just ignore all the people on the panel. That's all we need.
No, actually, what I need to do is get me a comrade that's going to be on it for sure every show with me, and be able to. If I'm doing chat, that person can do the panel. If I'm doing panel, they can do the chat. You know, somebody like that.
I think Rick's your man. He's always here, mate.
Rick, are you my man that I need up here?
I can't promise I could be there every time for you, Pat. I can't promise that.
Okay, well,
we're doing our best, mate.
I would definitely.
You need good wingmen, mate. You know, you need.
I would definitely contact you and ask you before I even said it's gonna. I'll definitely have you on. You know,
right.
I would I did text you tonight.
Yeah, I seen it, Pat. I slept all day today. All day. I ran. I did a little bit of running this afternoon. I got home maybe around 2:00, 3:00, and I crashed. And I didn't wake up to midnight.
Yeah, Cammy says open mic with Pat. There you go. Open mic with Pat, and if I have somebody with me, I'll just say we need a I need to put it like together a midnight show and a morning show. But I got a feeling that they would run too close together because would run 5 hours, and then my morning show would start 2 hours after we quit. You know?
Yeah, right.
I would be worn out.
Go to sleep for 2 hours and start.
Yeah. So, anybody got anything to add about what we talked about tonight?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, mate, I think you brought a lot of good people together, and people who live in America, more importantly, I think, now's a good time, man, for good people to start to network with each other. I don't know, you and Rick are, and there's a few others that do, but I think more people need to, get in contact with each other and in the similar areas, within a couple of hours from each other. So you can make plans for when shit does go down, because You know, we're going to need each other, mate, when the shit goes down. You know, when the vaccine comes in, and you know, Lockie, we were just talking about when everything becomes off the table for us. You know, we're going to be in trouble, mate. So we need each other. You know.
Yeah, I got a feeling they may shut the internet down when they start introducing the vaccine, so that way people can't get on and say, "Oh, I'm having this problem or that problem."
Right.
I think it might happen. I think it might happen before the vaccine.
Yeah,
Just saying.
but yeah, I mean, if they're to shut the internet down as they're handing out the vaccines or giving people vaccines, that would be one way of stopping them from warning people about what's happening in so and so state. But they said they're going to release when they do give everybody the vaccine. It sounded like they're going to try to do it within a 7-day span, didn't it?
Get the hell out of here. I can't see them pulling that off.
But the whole country, 350 million people.
Yeah, in 7 days.
Don't quote me on the 7-day thing. I'm just saying it sounded like they were gonna inoculate people in a short span of time. So if they were to do that, that wouldn't give the vaccine enough time for people to start dropping. People may start dropping, I don't know. But I'm just saying that the faster they give everybody the shot, people aren't going to start dropping. Because what if they give everybody it, and then they turn it on? They don't do anything to it until everybody's inoculated. Then they turn it on, and it's like, woo.
Right.
Whatever. We don't know what's going to happen, but just theory. Rick, do you have anything last to say?
No, not really. Just try to stay calm and.
I think we've we're I don't know about. I'm getting a feeling. You know, sometimes you have bad days, and sometimes we should be having more bad days, but somehow something keeps me up. You know, I think we're I don't know. We've been battle hardened, I think, and I think communities helping to keep us strong together.
Right.
So, I think that might be what it is. I think the spirit's moving, between all of us, and we're all giving each other strength just by talking to each other, and having a community,
Yeah. That's what I think too. I mean, it will be very hard. I mean, very hard to keep in contact if the computer system went down or whatever. Keep in contact with what?
No, there ain't no really keeping in contact with the computers now.
Right. Just wait. You haven't heard what I was going to finish saying. When the computer system goes down, the only way we are going to be able to keep in contact is spiritually. And we're going to have to know. We're going to have to know and remember that everybody else that we've been talking to for years now is with us. We're not fighting this alone.
Right, it's going through the same thing that we're going through.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you, Pat. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So with that, I appreciate you guys coming on with me tonight, and you guys have always been a good panel. Every time you guys come on, always got a ton of stuff to talk about. So I appreciate you guys coming on. And
no problem, Pat. Thanks for having me.
God bless you, Matt Pyman, and your country. I hope the best for your country.
Yeah, I'll have the best for you too, mate. Yeah, we're all in it together.
And
shit, man, Pyman's shit. He's got it together down there.
To everybody
for doing what he does, man.
Yeah, everybody in chat, thank you guys for coming. The show would not go on without you guys. So thank you guys. I love you guys, and I will talk to y'all later.
All right, see you later, everybody. Peace and love.
Bye. Adios, amigos.